But that,
The one key they gave to whoever, I think they had it duplicated. There was too many people that had
Oh
keys.
my God, everybody had.
I know.
or is there?
There should be something that is not permissible.
But the city rec, those were the people at fault. The city rec had, I can't remember her name, but she was just horrible.
Well, 'cause
We're
not-
live. Hey, Diego. We're live.
We're live, sorry about that, yeah, we're live.
Oh, where? Oh,
Okay, thank you.
Kelly.
No. Thank you.
They're off.
We're putting it together, so. Alright.
So, we're back in open session. There was no action taken in closed session. Trustee Kane, would you like to lead us in the flag salute?
Ready? Salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. I will entertain a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
I'll make that motion to approve the agenda as presented.
Second?
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 5-0. Community and staff recognition, Superintendent Diego.
This is my favorite here. We have a couple of amazing testimonials, amazing recognitions for our retirees. For those board members who didn't have an opportunity to see the article that was posted online on San Benito Live, we were able to recognize two retirees from Mays Middle School, Kathleen Sharp and Jerry Bonvy. They both have been long-time teachers in our district. They contributed something that it's hard to define if you've never been somewhere as long as those two ladies have been. But on their way out, they actually, if you recall, the district ended the school year on professional development for teachers. They asked if the last few days of their employment with us could be spent in the girls' restrooms at the school.
And boys.
And boys' restrooms, doing a project under the umbrella of a program we have called Positive Behavior Intervention Supports, or PBIS. And what they did was they worked with a couple of other staff members to paint motivational messages to their students, specifically be the hero of your own story. No one ever made a difference trying to be like everybody else. And their the caring in their heart and their desire to do something on their way out the door is just really tells you about who they are as people and who they were as educators. And I know that two of our board members worked with them for many years and have too many stories to tell. But we also received messages that came in for retirees from other schools, and I want to share those with you. So we have from Mr. Woods at Calaveras School, says we have an employee who worked for 18 years as a library media technician at Calaveras AAA, and that's Mrs. Claudia Stanton. She has helped thousands of students discover their love of reading. She has been school site council president, parent club president, and has organized school-wide fundraising and family events. The district appreciates her years of service to Calaveras AAA, to the families, staff, and students of the district. In addition, we have a teacher retiring from Gavilan Hills HDLA, no relation, but Diana Brenizer Ochoa. And Mrs. Ochoa, finishing her career at Gavilan Hills HDLA, she did an absolutely wonderful job teaching in the lower grades. Anybody who hasn't taught 5 and 6-year-olds, it takes a very special person,
You're one of my teachers, one of my child teachers.
one of your child's teachers. And that's what's so beautiful about our retirees is they have these long connections with actually entire families, entire communities. So we thank Mrs. Brenna Zurachoa for her service to the district as well. And that's my recognition and report for this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, is there any public comment on today's meeting?
I do have one. It came in via email.
Okay.
And it starts right here.
I have received the draft for the opening plans for school. I can tell you, we will not be part of anything less than full implementation of regular school days and procedures. This has been a ruse from the start. The kids should never have been taken out of school. I, as well as many others, will be homeschooling in a different program. You will not get the funding for this illogical and unnecessary response to this virus. I will also be starting a movement to encourage as many parents as possible to pull their children out of this school district due to incompetent leadership. Furthermore, the school district must commit in writing that no COVID vaccines or testing or masks will be mandated to attend. Even if full re-implementation of school hours, days, and schedule are achieved, if the school districts do not put that in writing, that will be a non-starter for me. Do not use the state guidance as an excuse. It is time for pushback from the local leadership or lose funding from many that simply will not put up with this any longer. Good day, David Patrick.
Thank you.
Okay.
No other comment?
Okay. I will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second?
Any discussion? The only thing I'd like to comment on this is, Diego, your organization of the sport binder and being able to actually conveniently
Thank
look
you.
at the consent
Thank you.
items is fantastic.
It cuts down your time by a third.
I
At
know.
least, at least. So thank you.
Yeah,
I'm glad you pointed that out.
yeah.
I second it.
So, any more discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
All right.
12A, Footsteps to Brilliance.
So what we have for the board tonight is a summary on the progress that the district made regarding the Footsteps to Brilliance program. I want to take the board through that. As the board is aware, the district adopted Footsteps to Brilliance at the end of last school year, so that when we opened up in September of 2019, we were able to implement the Footsteps to Brilliance program at all of our K-8 schools for every child TK through 3rd grade, such that students were able to access this program that includes a full curriculum of texts and literacy activities that are bilingual in English and Spanish. What the board will see tonight is a report by school site and a sample of a report by teacher along with classroom management tools. So I want to start with Calaveras Elementary School and their report. What we have here is we have a sample of a report that runs from August 2019 until June of 2020. So basically the full school year report. And there are a couple of columns that I want to draw the board's attention to. The first is the number of books read. At the bottom left-hand corner, the number of books on Footsteps of Brilliance that were read at this school is 33,856. So remember, that school has 500 kids, and not all of them are TK, Kinder, First, and Second, and Third, so that's actually closer to 375 kids. So you're talking about a tremendous number of books having been read. What this does, it also gives you data on the percentage of answers correct to the questions that are assigned to those books. So the very next column under book buddies, there's a parenthesis that says comprehension, showing that as you go down the list, the first time those kids took the comprehension quizzes or questions, they were at the 83% correct, which is really great. In the program, there's also games.
Can I just stop you for a second?
Sure.
Why do 2 teachers have zeros here?
4th grade,
They're 4th grade.
Oh, I get you, okay.
it's K through 3.
I got it.
It's K through 3, and let me
Well,
explain
They must
why.
be doing something, why are they put in there?
We put it in there because we do have some 4th graders that are reading below 4th grade level. So
Oh,
allowing the teacher to have an account allows the student to be able to log
be
in.
in there, I got it.
And actually, many of our special education classes, they have multi-grade level. So we have kids going all the way up to 8th grade that are able to access the program. And that's an agreement we have with.
But wouldn't they have read some books then if they had access to it?
It doesn't track it in the same way because
Okay.
we're really looking at the TK through 3rd grade monitor.
Okay.
In addition to that, there's a program called Create a Book, and that actually takes a student away from just reading and listening and reading and listening, and they're actually taking a book and using the tools online to design the book. The characters, what they say, what they do, what the background looks like. So it's really engaging, it's really fun for the kids. I think if you look at, sort of figure out what grade levels and are taking advantage of that, you start to see some patterns. And then obviously there's the total of words, and for this one school, it's 10.8 million words is the impact that we have. And then over on the side, on the very right-hand side, it'll show you the usage in hours, so 2,785 hours of kids being on this program at just this one school. And each of the next presentations, so when you flip over to Sarah Vista, which is the next page.
But actually, could you hold on? Just-
Yeah.
So what is Clever U? Those 2 columns there.
Yeah, so the district also uses the 2 programs called Clever U, and they're basically extensions to the core of Footsteps of Brilliance. So it's additional activities, it's additional basically reading games, if you want to call them reading. Our Director of Ed Services is here, so feel free to chime in with any other thoughts, but Clever U is basically when kids log in to Footsteps of Brilliance, they now have 3 options. The Footsteps of Brilliance or the 2 different versions of Clever U. And so when kids reach a certain level in Footsteps, they'll often log into the Clever U and use that format as well.
So I'm still on the Calaveras thing. So
Yeah.
the most relevant thing, would I be wrong in saying, is that book buddies comprehension?
That's very important, absolutely.
Because they're reading a book, right? And then it's asking them questions about it.
It's checking for understanding. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. I mean,
All of it is very important.
Can I also ask one more question?
Sure.
I see this for this year, is this the first year they had this program?
Yes.
Okay, so we can keep stats on it after this. This is our base year then, okay.
Sarah Vista is our next school. Sarah Vista ended the school year with 9.5 million words read. They ended the year with 25,800 books read. We do have more students at Sarah Vista than we do at Calaveras. So what this indicates is Calaveras had higher usage rates for Footsteps of Brilliance. So what we want to do is we want just establish requirements, and this is built into our LCAP, to have the requirement of daily footsteps of brilliance, innovation, and what we think the result will be is fewer and fewer kids over time needing reading interventions because they're getting early access to reading support.
So let's say, they start getting into reading and they really like it, but they choose to get a hardcover book versus the footsteps. Is there a way to log in? It has to be on the program, okay.
And we do have many, all of our students are checking books out from the library. So this is
So it's
separate.
separate.
Yeah. There's a whole other bank of reading happening that's not reflected in this. But we wanted to provide the board with an analysis of this so that as we move forward, we can basically verify and quantify how much kids are using.
Is the reason why the grade 3 have, it looks like universally here, read fewer books, is that because they're longer or they're bigger? And the first grade are much shorter, so you can read more? How's
That's
that
a good
working?
point. Chapter books.
Yeah,
That plays into it just a little. The other reason is that some of the third graders are actually advanced. So when they go on to Footsteps of Brilliance, they'll finish it very quickly, and then there's a disincentive to use it because the idea of Footsteps of Brilliance is to get children early, TK, kinder,
so
first
that's
grade.
why there's more there,
Well,
gotcha.
once you mastered it,
That's right,
Yeah,
once you mastered it,
that's right.
you're done.
okay.
Okay.
That's right. The other thing that we did through this process is, Mr. Bernosky asked at our last meeting, how do we know that this isn't the work of a handful of students? So this program has a very easy report format that will allow you to download and find out, number one, when was the last time each student logged into the program? Number two, how many words has each individual child read? Number three, are the children reading books or are they just playing games?
Right.
And track them over multiple years. So could you talk for a minute, Mrs. Calero, just explain what you did right around the second, third week in March and just explain how the system we put in place to greatly increase the usage.
Hello.
Hi.
We basically together put our heads together and with the leadership of Mr. Ochoa, I met with each principal and we went over a process to systematize how we ensure that every student is reading. And so I went with each principal and we met and we reviewed all the reports. We looked at the usage report, we looked at the teacher report. One example is, as a school, from this data, it looks like I'm doing pretty good. And then you look down and look at the teacher, these teachers are exploding, what's happening with the teachers that are not? Then you drill down in the teachers' roster where they have a lot of reading, but there are students who are not represented and they're not accessing what they need to access. So I pulled every single student in the whole, on every roster and went over it with the principals. And then Diego said, keep emailing the principals, keep supporting them. And so we had weekly check-ins where they conference with every teacher and I conference with the principals to check in and see, how's it going? Here's some kind of guiding questions. And then they enlisted their staff at their site to call families. So we called every family who hadn't used, logged in. We also gave hours of how many minutes or hours would it have been if every student was reading 20 minutes a day like you're supposed to.
And the result was 91% of our students between the months of April, May, and June had weekly access and completing. So we actually doubled the amount of words read between March and June in the district.
But did you see that growth because of the phone calls home? That personal, reaching out to the parent to, emphasize the importance that this program existed and.
That's the way it used to work in the old days.
Yes.
About But once you say that, like they say, oh, I've mastered this, I'm done, is there a place here where you're tracking that?
Well, the beautiful thing about the way, like you said, it's just the good old days, you know. I conference with principals conference with teachers, they strategize, they discuss every single student and they plan. And then they recheck in and I recheck in with the principals and we're constantly checking and supporting it. And I remember you, Rob, when we were adopting this, you said it's gonna take something like that.
But that would be good data to have, especially then we'd say, oh, look, out of this many kids, this many mastered.
The third grade teachers, as a result of talking about this and asking them what they think is best for their students, is they kind of got turned on to the other parts of the program, the writing parts, the building the books. So there is a space for students who are reading proficiently in Footsteps to Brilliance if the teachers feel it's appropriate.
The other thing is, this year, our focus was program adoption, training for staff, access to students, but our plan for next year, if you just go back to Calaveras, if you look at Calaveras' report, we have Mrs. Agan with 1.5 million words, Mrs. Baldovinos with 1.3 million words, Mrs. Cuellar, I'm gonna print it again, I guarantee you she hit 1 million. Mrs. Johnson with 1.2 million, and Mrs. Wittry with 1.35 million. The goal for us next year is kinder, first, and second grade, 1 million words for every classroom. If we accomplish that, what happens over time is your third grade numbers will be the lowest numbers because so many children read and contributed. So if you have a class of 24, 1 million words gets you, you're at 50, 60,000 words per child. My child was a TK, he hit 165,000 words. In our family, it was 20 minutes a night, 5 nights a week, 20 minutes, footstep in and let's go. My 3-year-old went to the Hollister Presbyterian. They signed up for Footsteps. My 3-year-old plays her reading games and she loves it. She's gonna go to Little Baylor next year. She'll play it there as well because the account belongs to her. So if we do this right, we have at Calaveras 13 teachers with 1 million words or more.
Right.
If you look at R.O. Hardin, if we can turn to R.O. Hardin's page. R.O. Hardin has fewer students than Calaveras and fewer students than Sierra Vista, and they have 17 million words read. They have 65,000 books read. And we have Mrs. Flores, who teaches TK, meaning 4-year-olds, with 1.6 million. Mrs. Larabelle with 1.1 million. Mr. Lundquist with 2.07 million. Mrs. Nelson in first grade with 1.1 million. Mrs. Poe in first grade with 1.7. And Mrs. Rodriguez, second grade, with 1.1 million words read. And then basically, this is an example of a school that jumped into it fully, that was ready for it, that was excited about it. And I skipped over Mrs. Hagen's with 2.27 million. Yep, she's the highest at the school. She may be the highest in the district, actually.
I was wondering.
So we see that and we say, okay, that's a school that it was a daily thing, 20 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes. Because with Footsteps of Brilliance, the idea is it's not app time, it's lap time. It's you want your child next to you using the program when they're using it so you can hear it, so you can monitor them. And we know that this was a part of the school's substantial progress that we saw over the course of the year. It was one part. There were other things that took place at that school. And ultimately, that's what I'm reporting to the board tonight is very big gains in terms of the improvement from the first semester to the second semester. And now we're set up with this system that Mrs. Calero has put together with principals. and with the regularity kids have logged in with, we're set up to have an even bigger year in 2021.
Which is good because we're gonna have a lot less time in class for kids. They're gonna have to, these programs are essential if they're gonna get their reading in.
Yeah,
Yeah, and look, who knows what the kids are going to miss, because we don't know what the school year is really gonna form up to be and stuff like that. But look, even I as a non-educator without a degree in education and whatever, anytime you have kids reading, the younger it is, you just
Positive.
expanded their mind, this big.
And the younger the better. If you can start at TK, as soon as they can read, as much as they can read, by the time they're in the 3rd grade, it's not gonna be an issue.
Yeah,
It isn't. I don't believe.
well, it's like for you teaching junior high, once you've had that foundation set from the younger ages, everything else will come.
Well,
Well,
one
a
of the things
easier
that's a
for them.
benefit to this program is they do the phonics. They do the consonant, vowel, consonant, I mean, they're bringing in all of this. They do sight words. It's just a mix of skills, it's skill building. Cause Charlie's got it at the beginning,
Right.
so he's getting all this.
Right.
And one of the neat things that we have found is Charlie's quite the reader and speller from his tablet.
That's awesome.
Yeah, cause so he's been, so it's a big payoff. He can't say the words, but he
Yeah.
can sure spell them
But-
and recognize them.
Yeah, that's
For
huge.
us at a middle school level, the biggest issue was, do these kids have enough reading skills and comprehension skills
Right,
to be able to read a 7th or 8th grade history textbook?
yeah, this'll really
And
help.
if you don't,
Yeah, you're in trouble.
it's really difficult, and it's just not that, it's science. Any of those classes, you're just gonna be that much further behind if you aren't on
It's a good-
grade level when you're
We're
there.
spending our money well on this.
The other,
Oh, yeah.
Especially watching him from the beginning and move it up, it's good.
Yeah.
the other aspect of it is from an equity standpoint, we have Latino families that speak Spanish,
Right,
who don't speak English in the home, who are often left out of their child's education because materials come home in English.
Right.
This is a program that with one click of the screen, the whole book goes from
great.
English to Spanish.
Oh, wow.
If you press the microphone button, it reads it. If you can't read in Spanish, if you're a parent with low reading skills in Spanish, it will read it to you. So you know what your child is learning,
That's awesome.
and it really brings you in with the child. And it's that, myself growing up in a family that had Spanish speaking adults, it was somewhat sort of hard and sad in a way when they didn't know what you were doing. They supported you and they cared about you, but they could say, I don't know how, I don't know what you're doing.
Yeah.
I don't know what, I hope you're doing, it's completely bilingual, and not like, open this window, go to another window, you're on the page, and you go, it just says ENG, blue and red, and you just click the button, the words change, you click the microphone, it reads it to you in Spanish, so it's really,
Nice.
so a lot of parents actually do that because they want their kids to practice Spanish. So a
Well,
lot
it
of
helps them too, for their English skills.
They a
Yeah.
lot of families that have children that they want to remember their Spanish or practice their Spanish, they use footsteps for that as well. We have heard that from families.
Well, my granddaughter looks at me and she goes, Yaya's English. Yaya's Spanish, please. They know what for.
So knowing kind of the hurdles we went through this year with this program and, like the very obvious success stories with certain principals that really just, gravitated in and completely, just enveloped this program and made miracles of it. So in starting next year, what does that look like? What is the plan to improve upon what you started for next year with like this program, talking with the principals and, teachers, et cetera? How do you start next year?
The first thing is it's written into our LCAP. The regular use of the program is written into the LCAP. That means over the next 30 days, it'll be written into every school's single plan for student achievement. Mrs. Calero already built the structure to monitor. On our end, it doesn't take that long to monitor what schools are doing. It's literally a 20-minute time commitment for either she or myself to go in, pull
And
every
pull this
report of every teacher and what you do is you hold this report here and you line it up to the report you ran 2 weeks ago, and you can see which classrooms are not moving. So then I go, okay, this classroom's not moving. Let me open up the screen and sort it by who logged in last. So then when we speak to that principal, we could say, did you know that the second grade teacher in this classroom has only had 2 out of 24 kids log in the last 14 days? Please schedule a meeting with your teacher, monitor this situation, and by the same token, did you know that Mrs. Torres de Luna's class, every child has logged in the last 24 hours? Go give that teacher a pat on the back.
So you guys are doing the work for the principals, the principals aren't really,
We're checking them.
But the principal can't
But-
go in there?
Of course they can.
Oh, they can?
But
Oh, okay.
but it brings to the question, if your boss doesn't value something,
Why
how
would
much do
you?
you value?
got it.
Oh,
If
yeah,
they get an email from her, it's important.
Yeah.
well, that's,
If they get an email from me, it's very important.
that's why, look, this is why this program works, because if we're spending time on this here, that's sending a signal, it's important. And I do have to say, I wanna give credit to, Superintendent Crystal Lamonto, because this is her baby.
Yeah,
She
she brought it
brought
in.
it into the county, and, I don't know if any of, who, you know it, they brought, I mean, look, I'm not an employee of the school district, I'm not a teacher or whatever, but they brought people like me into it and other business people and stuff, as well as educators and stuff, to get them to buy into this, for the whole community.
Yeah.
And then a couple times at the county fair, they had, their booths dedicated just to Footsteps to Brilliance. They gave us all T-shirts to wear around and stuff. So, she pulled that off beautifully. And again, we're taking the lead in the county because we're the largest ones. But this, at least my reading of this is, it's a huge success for us.
Yeah, there was also a press release that Superintendent Lamonto put out. The top 10 readers in the county are all students of the Hollister School District, so we're very proud about that.
Yeah.
Very proud about that. My son was out of the top 10, so he's got a lot a lot of explaining to do. I'm taking it to the library. But at the same time, when I joined the district in January, February of 19, I sat with Superintendent Lamonto. This was one of the first things on our agenda, and it was such an obvious gap for us. We said, let's work together, and she worked the whole way through the process. Even after we adopted it, she assigned her staff to help us with the process. She assigned her staff to monitor us, to do all year long. Her staff came to do trainings for us, connected with us, so we absolutely couldn't have done it without Superintendent Lamonto. And now we have the building blocks of pushing kids higher and higher in their reading so that when they get to our middle school grade levels,
Yeah.
they have a fighting chance.
Yeah,
I
that's
think-
exactly right.
I think though that,
And in high school even better.
we need to help teachers either find a way in their day or find a way that they can work with their parents that it's done in the evening. But I think you see some gaps and some teachers have a really good way of doing it and others are
Not so good.
not so hot. So that we work together and we help the teachers that haven't really embraced it. I also noticed that their special ed, it's kind of hit and miss with special ed as well. That we help those teachers find a way of doing it with the kiddos. I just think that they just need a little bit more guidance and expectations that they know that it's something that we're really looking at because of the investment that we've made. And I asked her, she said, they're working on grades 4 through 6. Might be coming out.
So Jan, as a teacher yourselves, would a teacher helping another teacher kind of work? You have some really
Well, how do
great
we break
teachers
it?
that really are doing a bang up job. How do you get those people to come in and help the others that are struggling?
Well, I can tell you about Accelerated Reader. You know how some teachers really
Got into it.
made a good use out of it and some did not. And when I was teaching core, which was language arts and history, and I just sat down and said to the kids, look, you're in 8th grade, you should be able to read a page a minute. And remember, they're reading at their own level, right?
Right.
So, you should be able to read a page a minute. And I'm requiring you to read 20 minutes a day.
So that's 20 pages.
That's 20 pages. So we would look at the book that they picked out, we would divide that by 20, and then we'd put it on the calendar, and this is when you're supposed to be done. And I held them to it. Guess what? Every kid in the class, their reading scores went foo like this with the standardized testing. And so it's how a teacher, what they value, and if you're a reading teacher, a language arts teacher, that should be something that you value, and you don't make it, it's at their own level, like Accelerated Reader. So I wasn't asking someone who's reading 3rd grade and is in my 8th grade class, but that's the books they're picking out, so they still should be able to read a page a minute.
Plus the fact, at a middle school level, you have department meetings. So if it's the language department, look, this is what we're doing.
Yeah.
Everybody needs to be on the same page, because remember, you can actually switch classes there. And if one teacher was doing it and another one wasn't, you're really handicapping the one that didn't. Because if they move to another one, all these other kids have been doing it, they haven't.
Right.
So it's really essential. I don't know about elementary, but
Well, yeah, but
Yeah.
it's just, I think it's a school, it's a department, a grade level,
yeah,
saying this is our priority.
and it's just a part of the curriculum. It's
Well,
in the
because
curriculum.
I think what I love that you said, if it's not important to me and I'm not taking the time in my day to see what's going on, why would anybody else? And that is huge, because for anything to be successful in this district, if you're not setting the pace and you're not involved, then it's kind of pointless.
But this
Because
is,
nobody is gonna be holding anybody else
Right,
accountable
but
to
this is where-
ensure that it's being done the way it
this is where
needs
it's
to be done.
really important though, that we help the teachers be able to plan their day out.
Right. And
Is-
some may need that, that's why I'm saying,
Right.
how do you
Well,
get,
that's where
what does that approach
that's
look
where
like?
you would get it at your department meeting. Let's say you have 2 teachers
grade
that
level
or grade level meeting, you have 2 teachers that really know what they're doing. Well, then they would help at the department meeting or the grade level meeting. This is how I do it, it's really not that hard, blah, 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 you do it this part of the
Yeah.
period, you schedule it in each day. And it's really, it's just cooperation is all it is.
Right, but that's what gets waylaid, is maybe that teacher doesn't have classroom control.
There's all kinds
All
of things.
kinds of
that can be
things
part
that get waylaid.
Or they didn't like the program, so I'm not gonna do it.
Yeah, well, that's where,
But that's where Diego comes in. I mean,
Do you have anything else to impart on us on this?
good program,
Thank you for whoever did it, because
it's a good program.
my fears have been, set aside. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't 10 kids driving all this. Because we know there are kids in this school district that would, so.
Yeah.
We have the top 10.
All right, so
Awesome.
our next item is we're gonna open up a public hearing
13
for 13A related to a resolution we're gonna pass further down the agenda here. So Mr. Ochoa,
Yep,
so
so
I opened up first.
item 13A is a
Sit up.
public hearing related to the proposed adoption of resolution number 4119-20 to adopt 6 through 8 ELD materials for the 2020-2021 school year. And administration recommends that the Board of Trustees conduct this public hearing and allow public comment pertaining to the proposed approval of resolution number 4119-20 to adopt 6 through 8 ELD materials for the 2020-2021 school year. So your role is to gavel in the public hearing
At 6:46.
6:46 PM, and we do have a speaker for the public hearing. is our Director of Educational Services, Mrs. Calera. And she has a presentation for the board on the middle school English language development with the tiger on the front. Got a tiger.
Thank you, it's a pleasure to address you regarding this most important matter. Educational services, and I'm referring to the slideshow. By the way, this is Canva driven, and I'm proud of myself for putting it together, I've learned. Educational services, we work closely with the sites to ensure that all students have access to rigorous and engaging curriculum and instruction. And our mission, it drives us every single day, is to provide programs and support so that all students, families, and staff have the skills and the strategies for their success. So that's what drives everything we do. And that's really behind our proposal to adopt inside ELD materials for our middle schools. There is a real need. So if we were to turn to the next page, we're talking about all levels, all EL students. And if you look at the graphic in the middle, it says 1, 2, 3, 4. That represents how we're measuring our English learners' growth. That's the dashboard little logo, and I really like it because it's not only level 1, but it's level 2 low, level 2 high, level 3 low, level 3 high. And finally, they're reaching 4, which is many students at 4 get reclassed. If you look across the graphic, there are 5 boxes, and that's representing how inside materials that are appropriate for each level a student is progressing through. Student materials for every student level based on where they are and moving them to their next step so that they can progress towards reclassification. Inside materials are fluid across competencies and proficiency levels, so that we know that every student who's an English learner at the middle schools, if we adopt Inside, will have appropriate instructional materials for their level. And the teachers will have some pedagogy and strategies to lean on and to be taught, and to grow through within the materials. There's professional development for teachers. We currently have gaps in the appropriate levels of materials for all of our English learners. And if you look across the bottom, you can see those gaps. Our current materials are not serving all of our English learners. So Inside begins with the newcomers on the left side. It's called Inside the USA. And there are 2 fundamentals levels. And then they move through A, B, or C. Students should not be in the same ELD curriculum year after year after year.
Well, that's what I was going to ask. Let's say you're a newcomer. How long would it take you to get through the newcomer program?
It would depend on what they
Just-
know.
Because I assume we're talking 6th, 7th, and 8th, right?
Some
And,
people might know some English, if you're,
They can help.
yeah,
I guess they would assess it, right?
but we're kind of on a time frame here to get, I would think, at least through 3 or 4 of these. So if you only have 6, 7, 8, that's what I'm wondering about time frame wise. Is it possible to start in the 6th grade, let's say, as a newcomer, and be able to be through 3H by the time you leave at 8th grade?
It just depends on your literacy in your own language. It depends on your, how much you're growing and how fast you are. The issue with having appropriate materials is that you can move. There's room to move. We know where you are and where you need to go,
They can
and
finish in 6th grade.
you can
Get
accelerate
through the
that.
whole
So,
thing, and then just be exited out of the program,
What
reclassify.
reclassified.
it is common for students to progress in the EL levels 1 level per year. That's very, very,
Okay,
very
that's what I'm
common.
asking.
That's very common.
Yeah.
We have children in this district who in 1 year excel 3 and 4 levels because they have very strong Spanish skills.
Skills,
Yeah.
So all of their reading
transfers
Once
right
they
over
understand
the
the
words.
format of the language, all of their reading and language capacity
Hold on,
translates.
Well, that was my question on, so let's say I only speak Spanish and I start here on the newcomers, is there gonna be like a Spanish pieces in here to help me, like if there's a, you know, a text in English and I'm not sure about what it means, is there a way to translate that? Or am I just gonna have to,
So how do we support them in the other classes, their
How do I
history,
figure that
their, you know, their science and all these
Does
other
that make
core
sense?
classes,
Right.
if the curriculum is all in English?
that's my question, yeah.
So right now, what we're adopting is a designated ELD program that can equip them and move them through levels,
This one,
but systematically, yes.
But it's
The
all
other
English.
question you're talking about is about master schedules and how we structure a newcomer program.
no, that's
But
not my
right-
question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, if I'm a student who knows Spanish only, and I'm gonna start this program, where's my support if I don't know English and I'm starting the Inside the USA? How do I figure out what this means on the text? Whatever, if it's about polar bears, and there's something in there that I'm like, what is, I don't understand, how do I figure that out?
Right. So the program is designed, first you have to have the right teacher. It does help to have somebody who speaks your home language, but having been in districts where there's 5 languages in front of me.
That was my next question.
That's
It
what I was
doesn't-
gonna ask.
It doesn't always serve you. So these are at the level where students can access it through the scaffolds and through the ELD instruction, and those strategies and supports that are offered in this program help students make meaning and acquire language. That's what this is for. So they have to be in the right level.
So I think when this is taught properly, the teacher is using the thematic tools. So when they're teaching about polar bears, that unit is designed in a way where all of the language supports understanding. The lesson involves the Arctic, the lesson involves penguins, it's not a standalone one page on polar bears. It's built into a unit having to do with the teacher we hire. Our ELD teachers are bilingual and they're experts in teaching language to children. So they're also not learning independently. They have a teacher directly supporting them. Middle school students who come in at this level also take 2 classes a day in this curriculum with this teacher. In addition, they take an English class, which is providing them that the richness of the language immersion that they need. And in those years, they often aren't taking a science class or a history class because we're giving them an extra English class. Because what we want is we want their language to get to a level so that they can take those classes. So a typical schedule for a 7th grader will be English, math, science, history, band, PE. A typical schedule for an ELD student will be English, ELD, math, PE, and maybe an elective or history or science. So we kind of fit it, that's I think why Ms. Calero said it's a master scheduling question. So I think the combination of the expert teacher, the thematic instruction within the text, the bilingualism of the teacher, not to mention in the class, a tremendous support system of other kids who are further ahead, who we purposely partner and build and work. So I think it's
Jan, did you have something?
I just have one more.
Go.
Okay, what about the testing? Is there like a testing at each of these phases, or practice test throughout? Is there?
So on that, if we wanna flip over to the next page, but I don't wanna skip over Jan.
That's okay, go.
Okay. So if we look at all the components for achievement for students, the assessment and placement, you know, when you look at, especially ELD, when you look at really how do I serve an English learner, there's a million ways, but for me, it starts with who are they and where are they, what do they need? placing them correctly so that it's just like a read, with accelerated reader, the kids wanna read Harry Potter and they're not there yet and they try to read it and they don't get anything out of it. So appropriate placement, which is all the levels assess in place and then they reassess. Explicit teaching, so really clear teaching strategies to bring them through to those next levels, and this is where we support teachers. We have very good experienced teachers, but this is going to be something, a toolbox for them to use, and we want them to really feel effective with it. So we'll offer professional development. Monitoring progress, so quick checks, unit tests, targeted reteaching, and then using measures for moving students. In the high school, students, when I was at the high school, it was really hard for me to get the counselors to move the student at an inconvenient time. But we moved them. They don't belong in ELD 2 anymore, they're EL 3s or 4s, you need to move them. So having the appropriate, knowing where they are at any given time of year, we can get them to move. The momentum of that alone to motivate a student, when they say they're noticing that I'm growing or I'm acquiring language. Or to notice when a student is acquiring language, they're just not doing their work, that's a whole different thing. That's a whole different intervention. Get off your tushy and do your work is different than I don't know the language structure. So we'll be able to pinpoint what kids need and where they belong. And then of course show success. We want to catch them as early as we can and know which students are those conditional reclass students and tell them, you're going to be reclassifying this year, because look. So this is very, very important. It's a passionate presentation for me because I feel like it's really, really needed. Currently, our materials are way over the top of where our students need to be. They're at the tail end.
Ms. Claire, can I just highlight that? What the visual showing the 5 levels of insight, if you look right underneath it, the current adopted program that we have only serves the students who are at the highest level. So that means that newcomers this year and last year and the year before last did not have curriculum that was adaptable. So what it was requiring our teachers to do was go online, teachers pay teachers, web searches, pulling old texts. Because the curriculum we had previously, I opened it, I told Ms. Calero, this is a junior college textbook. I mean, this is really difficult. So if I'm a newcomer, it's a doorstep. There's nothing, I have nothing to gain from this, so.
The lifestyle levels, I looked at the lifestyle levels for all the different programs. And that if you look across the bottom of each graphic, you can see where it says no program. That's our current status.
No, I'm just surprised it took us so long to get here, but I'm glad we finally got here.
I remember we used to have a newcomer program.
Right, we used to.
Didn't matter
yes.
what age. If you were at middle school, you were all in this one class.
Yeah.
And I lost track of it after that, so I have no idea how they do it
We had-
anymore.
And that was only at one school.
Yeah.
And so the equity of that's kind of what I
Well-
wanted to ask as well.
And then it was at both schools and the teachers had nothing to help,
Right,
Or no support.
right.
no support.
So, Caroline,
Right.
So our teachers and other educators, have they blessed this? I mean, did we pilot it? I mean,
They wanted to be trained in June.
I'm sorry?
They wanted to be trained in June.
Oh, okay.
And
So
there's only a handful of teachers.
okay, so it makes me nervous. We're adopting curriculum. I haven't seen it. I'd be more interested in what Jan and Steve have to say about it, most of all, but are the teachers firmly behind this and,
By name, I know them by name,
Yeah.
each one of them.
okay.
Well, if you want my opinion, this is what you need to do.
You might also want to take into consideration those that started speaking Spanish as
Yeah.
well.
We came into school
I
and
don't know, we might have some input, as well as a teacher.
My point is this, and actually I knew about this, my dad
only spoke Polish when he went to school. So he told me all about what it's like to have to go to some place when you just speak one language. And, but anyway, what I like about this is it actually gives you a starting point as a newcomer. I think we lost that, how difficult that is. I don't care what age you are, to come to a place and speak no English and be there all day and
Right.
think, oh, well, they'll learn just by talking to,
Right,
not necessarily, you need some guidance.
right.
And this, to me, is a legitimate program that starts from the beginning and takes you to the end.
Okay, this was my question. What if you have come from, Korea? Because I've had kids
Or
from.
Poland, I got some of those too.
No, I've had Koreans,
Yeah.
like,
Well,
well,
this isn't in any other language but English, guys, right?
I know, but it's a program, it doesn't matter what language
so
you're
it
starting
doesn't
out.
matter, that's
Yeah.
what I'm trying to say, it doesn't matter what language you
Yeah, you start out.
are
It's
from,
English language.
you're going, there you go, that's what I needed to hear.
Carl, I didn't mean to disrespect everyone, but you have to see, like, the world in which I live. I always have somebody translate for me, Rob, this is what this means in layman's terms, so,
I'm just getting our
you
time.
know.
And if you didn't speak English when you first came to school, you would appreciate this a
Absolutely.
lot.
Yeah.
I've seen
Well,
it.
it's difficult
I've
at a
never seen
junior
it.
high, or even as I see them in high school,
You good with
from
this?
Mexico,
Yeah.
newcomers, you know, and without
Well,
a really good,
The ones
strong,
with the Indian dialect.
foundation to introduce them into, and that was my question was, you know, it's that whole support, because a lot of our kids, you know, the ones that jump through really quickly through the levels, it's because they have had very strong, you know, education in their native language, you know, in their native country, wherever that is. They do really, really well,
Mhm.
and they progress through English like this. But the ones that have not, they've got gaps in their education
Or
because
maybe
of where they've been living in rural areas, parts of Mexico, indigenous families that are really
Those-
keen on education and haven't had that as a focus. So it's really those kids that have very basic in their own native language, just education. And, you know, how do we help those kids? Because I know we have those, you know, even with math, they don't even know their multiplications. They don't know, and I see that at the high school, and it's like we're totally unprepared to give those kids any support because our level is up here and they're down here. So how do we encourage them and what do we give them so that they're not feeling like this is too much and give up? Because we've had many kids that I've seen in almost 20 years that I've been at the high school that have given up.
Yeah.
Because it's too overwhelming, it's too much, and the frustrating part is to see these kids' grades, and I'm looking at their science teacher's grade and it's a B, but yet they're failing ELD. I'm like, how in the world does that even happen? But that's where I'm like, okay,
Yeah.
we're really not
Something's
helping
not-
these
yeah.
kids, cause if you're just throwing a grade at them and they're not even engaged and they're not being productive in your class, you're not helping. You know, as an educator, you're really not helping the kid really learn anything. And they're not encouraged to stay here any longer because we're not really giving them the tools that they need to be, in a few years, an adult.
The urgency on that point is I'm an English learner, I'm a level 2, maybe a low 3, high 2. And I'm, there's-
lifetime ELD learner.
There's no, I know, but I'm in a class and I have materials that are over my head, they're at a 5th to 6th grade reading level, 7th grade reading level, the lowest one we have now. Over my head in grade 6, over my head in grade 7. Grade 8, if I've managed to grow by whatever reason, because I'm not in the correct materials, then I finally hit the mark in grade 8. The urgency with this is every student, and it says all students, all ELs, all in, mean they need to be in the right place for their needs so that they can experience that growth. I mean, it's a matter of also having hope and motivation that I'm a learner and I am learning.
I have a question too, kind of like Rob, but like I wish I could see an example of the material, but it says here selection, summaries, and primary language.
Yes.
What do you know about those?
So there is, kind of later in the agenda, there is a packet that has like, it's the brochure kind of thing, but you'll see it. There are, if we go to the last page of the slides, thank you for the transition. There's teacher materials and student materials, and I just did a quick synopsis for the sake of the slides. There's a suite of online resources for teachers to really pull off of and use, but the other thing is there's a really robust suite for students that are online. They can hear the reading, there's digital, there's summaries of selections, there's fluency models so that they can listen to the reading at home. There's a lot of things that a student can engage in with language digitally, which is also nice because then they can keep doing that at home. Selection summaries in their primary language in Spanish, so they can hear, you know, I'm gonna preview it and hear what it's about, I'll get the gist and I'll show up
So
the
that
next day.
speaks to kind of what we were wondering, right, so you can select whatever language.
Yeah, they have
Perfect.
a bunch of languages.
I had a question. When, is there some type of test to show where to start with these? And I would imagine you'd have to have a teacher pretty qualified to be able to review to know exactly where to start to that.
The self-test,
Yeah.
that was the self-test before.
Self-test and
It's the
then
same
lexile
kind of
tests.
test? I don't know,
Yes.
I don't know.
Yeah, it goes by reading tests, so it starts mostly with reading.
Yeah, it'd be real important, make sure you start at the right place here.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the test does help you place for placement.
Can this be put on the Chromebook?
Yes.
So they can take this home and work on it on the Chromebook?
Nice.
So if we did the hybrid, then the teacher could assign stories, cool. Because I look at, there's some really high interest stories there.
What's our parent participation in this? Cause I know migrant has their, you have your DLAC and then you have your migrant.
Kind of
How,
an idea of
what's our parent
syllabus.
participation look like for DLAC?
You see this?
As far as the public hearing,
Yeah,
This
Oh,
is an
yeah.
idea of what's
or just
inside.
in general for our IELs.
It's
Looks like
13A
this.
at the top,
Discovery.
Yeah, this one's way more helpful.
I know you guys are too.
right here.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened.
I know, sorry, we're off task.
That's perfect.
On
You're
this one, this is.
Oh, there.
you're on
Yeah.
topic, but off task,
And
which
it
is
goes
good.
on the Chromebook.
Interestingly, Mark Twain in Spanish.
So,
Caroline, so what was the process that we used to get to this point? Did you use it before?
I had the teachers review it and preview it, they haven't taught with it.
No, okay. I mean, how did we hear about it? That's okay.
I've used it.
Okay, that's it.
I used it at the middle school and high school.
Okay.
It's considered one of the strongest programs, so National Geographic in the last several years has begun to produce more and more high quality materials. National Geographic Inside is their ELD side of the house, but they do have ELA materials and they have history materials, social studies as well. So it's considered one of the more common curriculums.
Let's
The
say
biggest
first.
thing is, for us, it was just a gap, it was just an area that we didn't have a strong program, so.
And then the final page just addresses cost. So I wanna thank you for considering adoption of the middle school ELD materials inside. Thank you.
Okay, any more public comment?
Yeah, I do have a question. So are we going to be adopting the software or are we adopting the textbooks? What are you asking us to adopt?
So the bundle, it's summarized on the last slide, but the bundle comes if you buy, it ends up being a textbook for every student at each level, one classroom set. The students get all the ebooks and all of the, they get workbooks, and a class set of textbooks, and then they get the whole bundle of the digital.
So the IT department downloads the ebook onto the Chromebooks?
It's kind of, I would have to ask them how,
They-
but
they-
the
they-
license includes
It
that.
gets included in the Clever account, which.
Okay.
But the license is part of this cost.
So what you're saying is the program costs about $100,000?
Yes.
No, it costs
54,000.
No, but then it says current
Yeah, there's
materials.
two prices on
So the current materials is what we pay now for that one level.
Oh, so
our
that would
kids
be, so the increase in cost is virtually what?
10?
9,000.
Nine.
Over 6 years.
It's 1,500 a year.
Cool.
And we'll be serving all our English learners.
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought you might wanna see a little comparison.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You have your Director of Fiscal Services sitting behind you, so
I bet.
anytime somebody wants to spend money, I sit with them and say, okay, I'm not opposed to it, but let's talk about how much each year and for how long. So what National Geographic Insight is doing is it's saying, this is the cost, but it's a 6-year agreement.
Mhm.
The other program is a year to year, but you're spending pretty close to that amount and it's
Right.
servicing 25 kids. This is gonna service 150.
For just a workbook,
Way,
just a workbook.
Oh, no.
and all
Yeah.
the online.
Yeah, in inside it is. Did I do all right, Lisa, with the finance?
We will get a second bite of the apple to discuss when we go to the resolution, so.
Well, I have one more question.
Oh, sure.
How about special ed? Is this material appropriate for special education students? I'm talking a special day.
So if we were to have a middle school special education newcomer, that's extremely rare for
Right.
us. That's highly rare. So if we would simply have a meeting between the special ed department and the ed services department. Because this is a license for any child who falls into that grade span.
So this is
6 to
only
8.
for, okay.
No, but it's for any child in grades 6 to 8 that
Special ed kid
requires.
might be able to qualify.
So-
It's a ELD.
Well, I'm thinking of the,
ELD.
But it wouldn't necessarily apply for a second grader. It would apply for a 6th grader in ELD.
Right.
but what I was thinking is, a special ed students, because the high interest of the stories in regards to the Chromebook for their reading. I was not necessarily thinking of the language development, but more of the comprehension of the stories that
And I
might help them
The early levels,
because of the scaffolding.
they teach how to read like the.
Well, I understand, but the scaffolding for some of your special ed students, some of your special day class students. I was just thinking of the scaffolding that they do for ESL is very helpful for,
That's true.
that's what I was thinking of.
And-
Not necessarily the English, the helping them to speak English is the scaffolding that they do for the reading.
If it were a child that wasn't in 6th, 7th, or 8th grade, we would need to contract with National Geographic to increase the licenses, so that's
I
something we
see,
can-
yeah. Okay, I'm just thinking out loud, that's all.
Thank you, Ms. Calero.
Thank you.
Appreciate your.
Unless there's objection, I'm gonna close the public hearing
7:15.
at 7:15. Item 12B is another public hearing related to the adoption of the 2021 budget. Mr. Ochoa?
This is the Hollister School District will hold a public hearing for the 2020-2021 proposed budget. This budget hearing is being held in conjunction with the COVID written operations review. This budget is presented to the board and public, and the administration recommends that the board of trustees conduct this public hearing and allow public comment pertaining to the proposed 2020-2021 budget. We do have our Director of Fiscal
We'll
here.
open it up at 7:16.
And she's not going to make a presentation because her presentation will come with the budget itself. So at this point in time, Lisa, you can join us and wait, but you won't be presenting during this time. So we'll give it 30 seconds, a minute. Of course, members of the board are welcome to give public comment during public hearing as well. And we do have, under item 14D, we do have the presentation along with the backup, and that's where we'll consider the budget as well on 14D.
Any public comments coming in?
None here?
I'm gonna reserve my comments for when we actually do the presentation. Anybody else? Any objection to closing the public hearing? Hearing closed at 7:17. So moving on, my trusty little item 14A is a discussion action item.
This is item 14A, approval of resolution number 38-1920, ordering election, requesting county elections to conduct the election, requesting consolidation of the election, and specifications of the election order. It is recommended that the board approve resolution number 38-1920, ordering the election, requesting county elections to conduct the election, requesting consolidation of the election, and specifications of the election order. The resolution itself is derived from language that was provided to all school districts in the county, so it's essentially identical to the language that every board is currently considering, those that have vacancies on their, or will have vacancies in their November election. As the board is aware, the district adopted a new trustee area election process, and so we have 2 trustee areas open for election in November, on November 3rd. That is pursuant to Education Code 5322, specifically for the Hollister School District Board of Trustees. Those 2 seats open are Elizabeth Martinez, trustee area 2, and Robert Bernosky, trustee area 4. And the map of those areas is provided on the next page, as well as the backup documentation for the election percentages. And then the one item that is not included or not specified in the resolution thus far is the question as to who will pay for the candidate's statement of qualifications. The board has the authority to decide to have the district cover the cost or the candidate cover the cost. So the resolution is put forth to the board. I can answer any questions that you have about the resolution, and at this point in time, I'll turn it over to the board.
The trustee areas have been set, right? The census is no longer a factor. Is that
That's correct.
correct?
And the question you said is the board must determine whether the candidate or school district shall pay the cost of printing statements.
You know, when the ballot is
Yeah.
on, don't you remember, I think it was $800.
We paid $700, I remember.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
It was
If you wanted to write.
And it was
It was
up
a
to you.
lot of money.
You didn't have to.
I remember.
You didn't
I'm like,
have to.
I'm 700 in the hole.
I did.
Still, to this day. You know how I feel about this.
You want them to have to pay the well.
Yes, yes, yes.
Hey, I've been on the board 2 terms, so, let me tell you, I've paid my dues.
There you go.
So,
But
just
I
for,
get what you're saying.
so just for clarification, so this is the resolution. Are you saying there's an option that we need to decide right now?
What I'm saying is, my recommendation is that the board approve this resolution, but I went back into the 2018 language, and from what I could tell, that question was left blank on that resolution, but candidates were required to pay. So I wasn't able to pull the video from that meeting.
We've always paid.
The candidates have always paid.
We've always
Yeah,
paid.
that's-
So that's but at the same time, it's your prerogative. I didn't want to fill this out for the board because it's your
Right.
decision to make. So from a recommendation standpoint, I would ask that the candidates pay for that. And then ultimately, it's the board's decision, whoever would make the motion.
Yeah, so somebody needs to make a motion on that option, second it, then
Correct.
we'll discuss it. So somebody want to make a motion one way or another?
I'm not gonna do it, cause you
I'm not
and I
gonna do it
are,
either.
really, you know,
So
on
then we'll make a
document.
motion of whatever we suggest.
You three
I can.
are basically.
Then I'll make a motion that we require the trustee running for the election to pay for the cost of the printing of their statement.
But I think what you wanna do is to make a motion to approve the resolution with,
With that, okay, let's do the, okay.
and
with
could you
that
just say the name of
corollary,
it,
yeah.
or give it the name
The
of it?
number, the resolution.
Okay, let's go ahead and do that then. Here we are down here. I move that we approve resolution 38-19/20, having to do with trustees running for the school board, with the proviso, I guess, that, wait, let me start over again. I move that we approve resolution 38-19/20 as stated in the summary, with the exception or the corollary that trustees will be required to pay for their printing statements to the county clerk.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Okay, I'll call for the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 5-0. All right, cool. 14B, approval of COVID-19 written operations report. The administration recommends that the board approve this written operations report.
Thank you. It's an honor to be able to come up and address the trustees again. This is in compliance with Executive Order N5620, which was established to address the impact of the school closures due to COVID-19 pandemic. Part of that was the requirement that each LEA or district adopt a written operations, COVID-19 written operations report. So I'm here to just briefly review the report, present it to you, and request that you approve the COVID-19 written operations report, which will be posted on our webpage. So the handout is pretty obvious. The title says COVID-19 operations written report. As a part of the report, the executive order outlined some basic areas for the districts to address in the written operations report. Changes, which is an overview of the changes to program offerings. Distance learning, which are the steps that we took here in Hollister to continue delivery of high quality distance learning opportunities during the closures. To discuss specific student needs, such as English learners, low income students, etc. And school meals, the descriptions of steps taken to provide school meals while maintaining social distancing. So in each of these, those are the big heading areas, and you can see on the corresponding pages, the titles address the overview of changes. Page 1, the changes to program offerings, addresses the ACES before and after school programs that needed to be adjusted, and in partnership with Youth Alliance and YMCA, there were several continued services in partnership with our special education department, especially with SEL, social emotional learning. In preparation for phase 2 of distance learning, the changes that we made were we contacted every parent to survey them on their Chromebook devices and access to the internet. And by April 10th, over 3,000 devices were distributed to families, and 1,000 hotspots were set up to provide students access to the internet, and that's by April 10th. It was good. Then it goes on to discuss general education schedules. We scheduled very, very carefully so that the special education services could be provided. Those students would not have conflicts in their week, and so we Ed Services worked very closely with special education to make sure that our students could logistically receive services. Special education really worked hard on asynchronous and synchronous learning services to balance those out so that all the students in highest of need were seen by their providers. And parent outreach through special education was amazing. They served from 60 to 400 parents in each session, listed below at the bottom of page 1. Steps taken to deliver high-quality distance learning opportunities. This page just really outlines phase 1, phase 2, and our planning and stakeholder engagement for reopening.
Can I just ask a
Yes.
question?
Mm-hmm.
It says Rise Academy, rigorous independent study education. I would kind of, maybe this isn't the time for this, but I kind of would like an idea of what you have planned to hold Rise Academy or any type of distance learning to some sort of, grade. How are we going to know that they're doing what they need to be doing? How is this going to be
So
monitored?
this report kind of begins with phase 1 and talks about the timeline and what we were able to provide and accomplish
Okay.
through from the closure until the end of the school year.
So that, what I'm saying is,
Mhm.
I don't see that was accomplished.
No, and so
So
that.
you're going to address that, I assume, at another time, because of when we start the school year, to me, that has to be in place. One of the biggest problems that I've had so far from parents and teachers, as a matter of fact, is the rigor of this distance learning. They don't feel, and when I say they, I'm talking about teachers and the parents, don't feel that they were rigorous enough or didn't work. Some kids didn't work at all. Some kids didn't work at all.
But see, wait, you're talking about, the status quo for where we began on March 16th to now, right?
Yeah, that's what it's been so far.
Right.
I believe.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
What I just wanna make sure that it doesn't stay the status quo. If we are going to do this, I need to see more rigor in the distance learning program, more accountability from the students than what I've seen so far.
That's completely agreed. This is really talking about from March to June.
From what we've
1.
done, yeah.
Right, and kind of our call was to outline and to address challenges and the
To me,
impact
that
on
was one of
learning,
our
so the
biggest
impact
challenges, yeah.
is really rigor and engagement.
And I understand we had to come up with this off the cuff, and I could understand everything for the first 3 months, but we've learned from this, so I wanna make sure that we're making progress on the rigor.
Well, the state just wanted to know what we did during that gap.
Right.
So that's what the report is
I think
on.
we did in Hollister, we took it a step further between steps taken to deliver and steps taken to continue or advance further.
Okay.
Because the next page that starts with planning and stakeholder engagement, that's kind of where you jump to. We're looking ahead at providing multiple and different opportunities for our families to meet the individual needs of our families as a result of these thousands of interfacing with people's comments and needs, teachers, community members, Spanish and English, opportunities to share what our stakeholders really want and what they need. So if you look at kind of, we went through phase 1, phase 2 rollout, we had articulated what's gonna happen with TK through 3. We looked at what's gonna happen with grades 4 through 8 and the learning schedules, you can review that. The next place that we picked up is like, where are we gonna, let's plan ahead and get ahead of it. I think this report outlines that we're really ahead of the game as far as in comparison to some other districts and communities. The Rise Academy is an option or an opportunity for our parents to receive that type of choice. And then finally, the professional development on June 1
Hold on a
through
second,
June
Carla.
11.
Did you have a question? Yeah, she did.
Sorry. Going back to the first page on the ACES after-school program, and this is something I've been asking about, but since you brought it up, they helped people who were already being serviced by ACES, nobody else. And this service wasn't available to anyone else except those already in the after-school programs.
That's who they are mandated and required to service through the
Right.
grant. However, because of our partnership and who we are as a community, they contributed to the supplemental social emotional learning
Or specialists.
through, that was in partnership with the special education department that was available to everyone, to all of our students. It was pushed out to all of our teachers.
Okay, so are you sure to all students this was available?
We pushed it out to all of our teachers to offer to all the students, whether that,
So then I'm gonna join Steve in saying like, I think that maybe is a miss.
Okay.
Because I'm not sure that that's necessarily happened or that it was offered to everyone. So that's why I've been so wondering about the after-school programs, especially wondering how much money we pay and who gets service and how do you get service. So maybe just something for us to think about for the future.
The before and after school ACES program, they logged all the contacts and who they met with, and they're submitting that right now as we speak for our audit. So.
Thank you.
So in culmination, we felt that it was very, very important that we end the year, one, bringing teachers together, but two, really having a critical look at where we are with distance learning and where we need to go and what our next steps are.
Yeah, that's what I'm interested in, yeah, because we might have to go back to it totally again. We don't know what the future's gonna bring.
Right. So the professional development was designed to address certain key strategies and to also gather feedback from the teachers. There's 2 teacher surveys that went out in that June period.
I guess mine was more informal teacher survey. I talked to about 20 of them.
Well, they were very honest on their surveys about what they
Yeah.
appreciated and what they need, and it's very, very clear. They need some consistency with platforms and tools.
Right,
And they really felt that they wanted to make sure that there was ways that we can identify communication with parents and students and accountability tools that are embedded in those communication tools. So those are some things that are pretty clear, but I have to say that having this June PD was getting ahead of it. And instead of having this conversation in the fall,
Right.
and training teachers and starting the ball rolling, I wanted to capture that in our COVID-19 report of what we did between school closures in March and school ending in June. And then on the last page, it just describes some of the services that we provided to our English learners, especially in the primary grades and the secondary grades. That was a challenge, and I'm working with Patricia, our coordinator of EL services. It's really something that we're wrapping our heads around and grappling with right now. And that's part of the purpose of this report, is to really take stock and look at what we need to do. And then our school meals, we have served over 535,000 meals since March 16th to our families. So this is the report that will be, that if passed, it will be posted on the webpage for our community. And any feedback or whatever, I'm open.
Well, I'd just like to say that I think that this report vastly understates or doesn't highlight the effort that went in this fog of COVID-19, because I read this, I'm just going, wow, it does not depict the efforts that we saw in this uncertainty. I mean, I realize you have to do this we have to adopt it a legal procedure. But we all know that the efforts that went into doing whatever we could to deliver a quality program in these uncertain times was far, far greater, so.
Our teachers are real heroes.
Yeah.
Teachers
Everybody,
everywhere.
every employee of this district is a real hero.
Yeah.
And Steve, I think that the Rise Academy, there's, from what I'm just guessing just based on what I see, it's gonna be a very robust program, probably much different than what the general population was going through.
Yeah,
because we had
that's all,
folks-
I wanted to have a better idea, because these are questions parents ask me.
Oh, yeah, well,
And I need to understand myself so I can explain it to them. Not being a tech person myself, I wanna be able to explain to them, well, this is how evaluation will be done and how the program will work. Because like I say, a lot of them were complaining, not a lot, some were complaining that, well, my kids didn't do anything. Some of the teachers were doing the same thing, like at graduation, some of the 8th graders that graduated, some were wondering, I'm not sure that would have happened.
We had some seniors, so
Yeah.
same thing. We had seniors at the high school that just, once
Blast a little
school
bit.
closed, it was like,
Yeah,
once they knew they were passing and they could not get anything less than what they had,
that's it.
left school with on that day, cause they weren't gonna be, penalized by any means, but if they did absolutely nothing, they were still going to pass. So this was the best year for a senior to graduate because it was really, they were on vacation for the last 3 months.
Now, our students will be seeing their teachers, which will make a huge difference, you teachers know.
but are you guys getting any feedback? Because what I like about what's been done so far is, assuming that all employees of the school district have been paying attention, is anybody could answer the questions. So what's the first day of school going to be like? Well, you're going to be either group A or group B, right? And and then in the middle of the week, the school gets sanitized, so on and so forth. We know it's gonna change, but at least we have a framework, for it. And I was listening in on the town hall last night, and Superintendent Ochoa was non-wavering that, if you're gonna apply for the RISE program, you were basically saying, we want you committed. I mean, as best as politely you could say, if you don't think you can do it, then
It's not the right program
it's not
for
the
you.
right program for you.
But
Because there has to be
that's
a
unless there's
commitment.
like there's a best case scenario, right? I mean, that's also,
Well-
pie in the sky.
Right, but that also brought up to me, as I agree, but if we do have to shut down,
Right. Then we're all going to rise.
well, yeah, but RISE seems to be is like, for kids, I don't know if every child can do RISE.
Not every child
They
can
may
do
not be
RISE.
able to.
So, do we have like
Yeah, so
a
then-
RISE too?
And that's where
A
it
rise,
is.
a pre-rise?
Yeah, RISE 1, a RISE 2, do we have something that,
Right.
other children can do?
Yes, and what I don't want to get lost is that aside from the fact that we dealt with this incredibly intense, immediate school closure, the fact that we never assigned Chromebooks to children outside of school, the fact that our teachers had no way of accessing their materials and no structure for how to teach online, had never been trained how to teach online.
Yeah.
Because let's not forget all of the hurdles in our way. What we have committed to doing, and I talked about it during the town hall meeting last night, I sent a survey out that received over 1,700 responses in the last week, asking parents to give feedback on questions like, are you concerned about learning loss during distance learning? How important is it for you to receive support for English language arts, math, and reading? A litany of different questions. In addition to all of those things, our teachers have now received training that gives them the head start into next year. And we have had this conversation with our employees about the importance of setting a new, higher, better expectation for ourselves that's premised on using very streamlined applications so that families have one way of accessing content. Going into next year, every child will have a device. This year, we gave devices to households in order to make it possible. In addition to that, 1,000 families who didn't have internet access now have internet access. And I do want to share an example with you all that even now, just preparing to share it with you makes me upset. But I don't want us to forget that things like this happen. Our migrant coordinator, EL coordinator, Mrs. Martinez, came to see me last week because she was upset about a phone call she had with the 20-something-year-old brother of one of our students. So this child is registered for our migrant summer school. And in that first class, the first day of migrant summer school, the child was in the class, and about 15 minutes into the class was dropped from the Google Meet because of a failure to respond. The teacher was going through an activity. Sometimes you end up with somebody in your class who shouldn't be there, so if you think they shouldn't be there, you can remove them. In this case, it happened to be a student in the class, so the brother called the district office and said, can somebody help me? Is there somebody who can call this teacher to let him back in because he wants to be in class? So our coordinator said, so tell me I guess, why didn't your brother just speak up? And they said, well, our computer doesn't have a microphone and it doesn't have a camera. And so she said, how come you didn't ask us for a Chromebook? She said, well, when the district did all those phone calls that first week, they asked us if we have a computer, and we do have a computer.
You assume.
But she said, so has he just missed school this whole time? She said, no. He said, no. He's been in all the classrooms just listening.
Oh, horrible.
He's been in every class meeting, listening to his
He
classmates.
doesn't get credit for any of that.
Listening
Horrible.
to his classmates, interact with their
You can't
teacher
even
for 3 months. So,
Terrible.
I've shared that with our task force, and every person I talk to, because we have to be better. We have to train more, we have to reach more families, we have to make a better survey, we have to get more evidence, the nice part that Mrs. Calero has mentioned to you a couple of times is we are gonna have these children physically on our campuses if the board were to approve the proposed reopening plan. So it builds in an automatic accountability that isn't there now, because we haven't had them at all on our campuses.
Yeah.
So good.
That human check. At the same time, the device monitoring, the Wi-Fi monitoring, and the question that Jan, that you asked about, what would happen in the event that a child couldn't access Rise Academy for whatever reason, and a difficulty reason or a rigor reason, and we go back and shelter in place and we have to do distance learning again. They wouldn't necessarily do Rise Academy because the way the Rise Academy is designed, it's designed to have students working mostly independently with a teacher as a guide or a supervisor.
Right.
If we were to go on distance learning, we would re-implement a schedule of teaching lessons online, Zoom meetings,
Kind
Google
of like the
Classroom,
hybrid
Eureka.
plan when they're not at school?
Exactly, but greatly increase in the number of minutes and phone calls families would have. The biggest difference between next year's distance learning and this year's distance learning is there will be an equivalent program at all of our schools. This year, we had a very imbalanced system where you could have one school with one grade level that had 6 meetings a week and another with 2 meetings a week. And
So
so
there'll be
we're
accountability.
gonna
More
equalize it.
consistency,
We're
yeah.
gonna put consistency into it. But again, folks, we were
Right.
building the
Oh,
ship
sure.
while we.
Yeah.
so-
Oh, yeah.
you know, so
Everybody
there's-
understands that.
No
We're doing that,
sleep.
we're doing that Monday morning quarterback thing,
But,
right?
but also, this is your role as a board, is to hold us accountable for these things, and I just want the board to know, at the management level, at the principal level, at the teacher level, we're all already talking about these things. We're all knowing these things have to be addressed.
Yeah, cause I just to follow up on my question is I just don't want our kids to have to be into the RISE program because I think I don't think that a lot of kids could do that. And, we need to have, you know, something else in place. And, I hope, I don't know if it was done, that there was any time given in case we do shut down, for teachers to come up with plans, or maybe the plans that they do make on Wednesdays when they're, I hope that there's some push from the district to be thinking about, well, if we have to close down,
Right.
you better
We can
start
transition on
doing
the fly.
some grade level planning, you know, about what we're going to do that way.
I'm gonna jump on, I was thinking very similar about, you know, best case scenario and worst case scenario, and I'm sure you have too, and like, I know, you know, for my child, she's not a RISE quality, she doesn't qualify for the RISE.
You know what, Carla,
So-
most students aren't.
Right, and
It
so.
is,
right.
I think only about 20-25% of the students are capable of even doing that.
So I think that it's important for us to have that backup plan, but I also want us to be, flexible and thoughtful enough about like, oops, I put my child thinking that they were gonna do well and then they're really not.
That's not good.
So if there's, I know that you want them to be committed, but you know, we could think about
Oh.
that, and then the other piece, you know, and I'm glad that you guys are open to feedback and we're not taking it like, oh my gosh, but we're looking at it like, what do we need to prepare, I'm gonna say it again, I think we miss with the Spanish speaking population, because I don't know how many Spanish speaking surveys you received, I don't know if when the town halls, there's no translation capability in there. You know, and so that story makes me so sad. I'm sure everybody that hears it, you're like, horrible.
Mortified.
And so how do we find out what misses we made with that population specifically? Because if we're not getting those surveys and the feedback, there's probably other stuff that we didn't
Yes.
think about, microphone, you know. So I just wonder, even if once we adopt whatever plan, if we can still go back and check in, do another town hall for the Spanish speaking community. Again, not migrant EL, don't call it that. Call it, this is a town hall for anyone who speaks Spanish, in case you didn't get your questions answered, or, so I just wonder if we could do it.
That's fair.
After our last school board meeting, we scheduled a series of meetings for Spanish-speaking parents. The first was what you just described, the migrant PAC and the DLAC representatives. That was a small meeting. We ended up having 4 present, Patricia and myself led the meeting. But last Thursday, we had an online YouTube town hall for Spanish-speaking families. It was sent out to over 1,000 email addresses in the district who have listed their home language as Spanish, so they're not EL families, they're not migrant families, they're not DLAC families, they're anybody who said that they want to receive anything from the district in Spanish. We've had over 700 views on that Spanish town hall, and during the event, there was somewhere between 50 and 75 people actively logged in. We got over 50 questions that were live, and we do plan to have another Spanish-speaking YouTube town hall, but that was just after the board brought it to my attention. I said, okay, we'll think about that, we'll promote that, and then we'll move that forward into our continued planning to engage families.
Yeah, and a lot of it, you know, like Carla says, it's engaging our families or even asking our community partners, if either posting a poster of such event, you know, or where our Latino families
Good
go to
Officer
Baylor,
Super,
you know,
Baylor.
where they change their, you know, their checks. A lot of these places are places that migrant, you know, families go to, but because we're used to putting up these posters for our purposes for recruitment, But I know either the radio, but it's just getting it to those areas, La Panaderia, you know, just our local, you know, partners here in this community that would be willing to put a little poster of such events so that we can start engaging with them more. Cause, if they see it, you know, if they're going to the grocery store, the school's gonna have an event, okay. Cause they don't always are readily here, you know, focused on that. If they're working and they're not getting home, especially in the summertime, till after 6 or 7. It's, you know, you wanna catch them, you know, wherever it is that they're going to. Groceries, laundromats, you know, those types of places, if we can start doing that type of advertising or PSAs, like you were thinking about, would make a huge connection with everyone in our community. But it's just a matter of getting, you know, going to those places where they're coming to on a regular basis, that they would, you know, run into that. That way they'll know, okay, you know, I gotta put that in, you know, on my calendar and you know, participate, because it's just, I know we do a lot, but sometimes it's just that little extra, like you said, even just the phone calls made a huge impact, because it's that time that you take that makes that personal connection that much more valued.
I greatly appreciate our board of trustees and the care and thought that you give when you give feedback and what we want to do together next for our students. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, we feel your passion, so we're right there with you. We're right there with you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I make a motion?
What's that?
Can I make a motion? I'd like to make a motion that we accept resolution number 41, 1920 to adopt instructional.
Whoa, hold on a second.
We're on the.
So, I'm sorry, I thought you meant on the item 14B. We need to.
Oh,
Yeah, we're on the
adopt-
COVID.
We're on the COVID.
Jan's ready to go.
You want me to do it?
Oh, wait.
Go ahead, it won't take long.
I got it here.
Okay.
I make a motion that we accept the approval of COVID-19 written operations report.
I'll second.
We don't have to do a vote for that.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, we
Okay.
do. It's
Yeah.
discussion action.
Okay.
Is there any discussion? Then we'll call for the vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Now, Jan, you can make,
Gotta do a presentation.
you can, make a
We're
motion to
doing the
approve that resolution if you name
PLD.
it by number.
For 6 through 8,
Just
right?
read it right off of.
This is 14C.
Yeah, this
On
is,
the agenda.
okay. All right, so this, we're talking about this, right? Okay, I've got the name.
14C.
Okay,
Correct.
all right. I'd like to make a motion that we approve resolution number 41, 19-20. The English language development grade 6 through instructional materials for English language development grades 6 through 8 at middle school.
Second.
Thanks, by Carla. Is there any discussion on this item? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favors, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 5-0.
Okay.
All right, approval of the 2021 budget. Does Diego or Ms. Wiggins?
I'll open up, Lisa, if you wanna approach the podium, so, many thanks to Lisa and her hard work over the last, 3 weeks, working day and night to get this prepared. You all do have a green handout. I do want the board to know that on our district's webpage, we have updated the packet, so when you log in and pull the item, the additional addendum that you've received tonight is online and available for their review. It's, again, as you know, the budget's a 100-page document, but we tried to distill it into a presentation that's 10 pages, and then after Lisa's done with her presentation, we'll open up for any questions that the board has. So with that, Lisa?
Well, first and foremost, I'd like to thank the members of the board for the opportunity for me to be here to speak tonight for the adoption of our 2021 budget. We'll take a look at our proposed 2021 budget our 2019-20 estimated actuals year to date, and at our multi-year projection through 22-23. The district budget has been created with information from the May Revise and the Common Message, which are both the industry standards that we use for budget development. For the upcoming year, the budget is predicated on reductions in revenue approaching $6 million. The Hollister School District has created a budget for 2021 that addresses our required state and local expenditures, our K-3 class sizes, employee pension costs, and also spending reductions that will help to maintain our minimum reserve levels. So with that in mind, the assumptions that we used for the 2021 budget was an enrollment / ADA of $5,305 that we
So-
expect to get.
And you kept that for all 3 years with no increase?
We did because we're just being on the conservative side, we don't know
You're
who's gonna be
assuming every-
returning, who's going to be doing academies, who, you know, if we have
Okay.
another wave, you know, just to keep that static. The same thing with the unduplicated percentage, our students, we receive additional funding for those students that are English language learners and are low socioeconomic. And the same thing, we kept that flat, we're at 65.8%. But again, not knowing who's going to be returning, what school's going to look like next year, is there going to be another, we just felt it best in these times to keep that flat until we have a better. LCFF revenue, we all know that was 2021, the budget was reduced by that net 7.92%. And then for 21-22 and 22-23, we did follow the recommendation from the Common Message that just has a zero COLA, no additional reductions. And in addition, the other assumption was the deferrals that they have discussed happening for April, May, and June of 2021. So,
And that information is just from what was posted this week.
So what Lisa is presenting to the board is the budget that we posted publicly last Friday.
Okay.
So it's based on the Common Message. As the board is aware, the governor and the legislature now have an agreement in place in principle that is different than what was based when we adopted or developed this budget for the board's review. And at this time, the agreement between Governor Newsom and the legislature is not finalized, and we don't have the details that we would need to be able to revise any of the assumptions that we built the budget on. But the deferrals, in so far what we know, are even more substantial than the deferrals that we used to build this budget.
Hey, Diego, I mean, are we just, we, meaning the state education system for K through 12, are we just sort of living in some fantasy land that those deferrals are going to work? I mean, I'm serious. I'm looking at this and I'm just going, look,
It's not what you do business.
we've never been cut in public education, and they've cut beyond the bone. It's like they cut our femoral artery. I mean,
I think there's a question out there about if school districts are in these dire straits with their cash position, will that potentially cause the federal government to give us
so it's a strategy.
it could be, that's one of the ways to look at it is, well, if we give a budget that's, complete, then why would they give us any assistance?
Right.
True.
In an election year, you've got people running for Congress and for Senate and for the presidency, so is there a way to get some energy around the idea of a federal stimulus to the state, not to individuals?
Right.
So to the actual governmental agencies, so that it can be divvied up and make its way into schools. But the deferrals are a very, very serious risk for every district, including ours.
So in addition, if we take a look now at the 1920 estimated actuals, which are year-to-date through, but at the time that we were doing budget development, because as you know, we still are, expecting additional expenses to come in, invoices, things that we pay. But you can see that for current year, our revenues are at $62,693,000, and already our expenses are at $65,246,919, so we're already deficit spending $2,552,000.
Because of cold here. Or just,
So is this 2.5 million here, the cuts that we've already made?
The 2.5 million, what Lisa's referring to is, at this time of year, every district has contracts that are out for all of the services we receive. But, vendors don't send you everything at the end of May. We're still pulling in expenses that are gonna come in. At the same time, there are some budgets where we budgeted a certain amount that we didn't spend, and so we'll need to reconcile that in July and August as well. That's why they call it an estimated actual. But what this slide is telling you is that this year, in 2019-20, we spent 2.5 million more than we had. We had 62,900,000. We spent, I don't have the number right in front of me, but 65, exactly. 65,246. So what this slide is saying is that has an impact on our ending fund balance. So the impact on the ending fund balance takes it down to 5.999, essentially is where that takes us. And then I think on the next couple of slides.
So with that, after seeing this, so then Superintendent Ochoa and I, with the budget principles that we used for the years going forward for 2021 budget, then were to, number one, protect long-term district budget, align our resources to district goals of achievement, social and emotional growth, and engagement, utilize stakeholder feedback through the LCAP process, protect positions to the extent possible, and protect services at school sites. So in here then you see with the 2021 budget, you can see where the went down from 62 million to 56,309,000 is our projected revenue for 2021. Expenditures at 57,277,000, with deficit spending cut down to $967,913.
Was this 2021 already with the cuts that we've?
Yeah, this is where the cuts show.
This is where the cuts are.
And you can see that because it's only negative,
Right,
not even a million.
right, so. And then,
This is with the cuts, but we have like for federal unrestricted, there's no money.
alright.
because federal is restricted, so it will show in the restricted
Oh, okay.
columns. Yeah, our unrestricted
Here,
dollars,
those
yes,
are-
so it's the total. On the next slide there for the 3-year revenue projections, basically on this one, we just want to show again where even though there's no COLA, those next 2 years for 21, 22, and 22, 23, you can still see what that effect is, that there's not a large change to the revenue that we are expecting to get in 21, 22, and 22, 23.
Fuck this list.
Yeah, it's a, Then with our 3-year reserve levels, on the next slide, you'll see, again, that deficit spending being reduced in 21, 22, because there are cuts in there. 22, 23, you will see, well, there is a larger deficit spending amount. At that point in 22, 23, we do not have additional staffing reductions.
And part of the reason is that we has built in certain reductions. For instance, the board is gonna consider tonight the 5-day furlough for myself and pushing that forward for administration. So that's an example of an expense that we budgeted for 2021 and 21-22, but not 22-23. That's why the deficit spend does kind of tilt back in that direction. And there are a few others that are like that.
Okay.
But I think, you know, the idea with this visual is to explain to the board that the reductions that we are recommending the board approve do not span just 1 year. There are reductions in 21, 22, and we would in 22, 23 need to revisit reductions if the budget were to come out this way, so that we remain solvent in that third year as well.
Well, there's a, you know, even as expenditures that isn't right now a part of the plan is the money that we have to borrow and the interest that we're gonna have to pay
That's right.
month after month. Cause from 1 month, we gotta borrow again and again and again because the deferrals are so,
Do we know
One
like
after the other.
approximately how much from years past, like what is that?
well,
Look
but
like-
that was years past, see, so,
Everything's up in the air.
Yeah.
They'll tell, a deferral, that's exactly what it means.
but the interest, we don't
The
know
interest rates are low.
Yeah.
whatever.
That's, you got it, there you go, there you are.
There's
alone.
that, yeah.
But that's an additional cost that, you know, is part
Think
of
of how
our
many school
our
districts are
3-year
gonna
plan
be borrowing
that
money,
we gotta
though.
take into
banks
consideration
must
what
be-
that's gonna cost us.
And also in 22, 23, again, you know, as we did include reductions, also it doesn't include, you know, from the common message, anything, we don't know what's gonna happen with the
Right.
retirement rates at that time.
Right, exactly.
Unemployment rates and those things, so that's why you may notice that some of the benefits are higher
Mhm.
in those years, because that's.
Oh, yeah,
If you're finished. The ending fund balance of 4 million, at 22, 23.
Mhm.
What, as far as reserve, what percentage would that make our reserve?
If you see it's 1.68.
Is that one?
Down here,
Yes,
1.68,
we are down
so that's below
the
3, yeah.
So that's
Yes, sir.
why,
And
So-
the reason for that is that percentage, if you do the math, it isn't 1.64%. If you do 4 million of $56 million, but the reserve is comprised of two components, restricted reserve and unrestricted reserve.
Mhm.
So with restricted reserve, you can't use that for your ending fund balance. Those dollars are tied into programs that you carry over from 1 year to the next.
Right.
So what this is showing the board is for 2021, we'll meet our reserve minimum. For 21, 22, we'll meet our reserve minimum. For 22, 23, we won't meet our reserve.
Wait, so, but that means we're going to get a negative certification at the county level, right?
It means we'll get a qualified approval from the county level. We have met with the County Office of Education and they understand that our goal in the next 12 months with our board will be to continue to find more savings,
so we
more
don't end up.
budget savings. Part of the challenge this year in meeting those reserve levels, as you know, is that there was very little time and there were, you know, part of the way to accomplish some of these reductions is to bargain collectively and to have enough time ahead to be able to collect the savings moving forward. So there's part of us that said, man, if we had another 90 days, it would look like a different budget, but you know, and don't forget, the governor gave us his revise on May 26th. So really the amount of time we've had is from May 26th until June 23rd. And so those factors are all mitigating. I will say my recommendation to the board regarding the ending fund balance is that we not lose sight of the importance of continuing to find budget reductions, even with what appears to be an agreement between Governor Newsom and the legislature on a budget that's being promoted publicly as restoring funding or keeping us whole. Because again, that plan is predicated on major deferrals of funding that will cause districts to borrow money to meet reserve levels. So if that had been passed 2 weeks ago and we received the direction from from the common message and from the legislature and the governor to use different budget tools, it would have meant our revenues were at 62,900,000. Well, we're using the negative 7.92 COLA number
Right.
for this budget.
Right.
It appears that the governor is going to adopt a budget, sign a budget into law that restores that $6 million. But we will caution the board to continue to prioritize making further reductions in the out years, because that $6 million comes with major deferrals. So
You
it's-
don't get it right away.
we don't get it right away, and the following year could be worse than the upcoming year. 21, 22 could be worse than 2021. As the superintendent, I hope that's not the case. As the board, you all hope that's not the case.
But that, I mean, if that's not the case, you know, I'd rather take it on, you know, doing something proactively and ensuring that we are able to keep the lights on and pay the bills. You know, because you can always bring back things and restore things, as we did when we went through this years ago. You know, when it felt like you were cutting down past the bone into the marrow, you know, because there was nothing in existence. You had nothing, no libraries, no nothing. Music program, sports, I mean, I don't know, it felt horrible, but, and I hope we're not there again. But, you know, we have to proactively do what we can when we can do it, and to try to do it in a respectful manner. You know, I think doing this proactively and with your partnership, with your unions, to come together and let's work together to figure out a way we can still save our program and save all the hard work that everybody's done, because we don't know what the outer years have to, you know, hold on to, but we gotta do something.
I would agree with Liz, and as a union member at my job, like I appreciate that your office reaches out to our bargaining partners. And I think we've all said it over and over. I think the primary thing is making sure that people don't lose their jobs if at all possible. That would be horrible. So,
And we do recognize that, and we will also be looking at other non-position, you know, things that we can reduce, you know,
Yeah.
contracted services.
I think it's also
Supplies
important,
and books and things, and like you mentioned, just in the time, you know, as we have the time.
right, but I think it's also important that we not lose sight that we're here for the kids. And if we make the cuts in mid-year, that really hurts kids. If we do it before the kids start, and that's, to me, really important.
so can you speak a little bit more about that?
Well-
Because I think it helps all of us understand how
Well, what I mean is that, when we start, making cuts mid-year, and if, you know, if kids start to lose an aide or a teacher, or, you know,
The
whatever.
routine is disrupted.
And that's not good for
really
the
important.
kids. And so if we can do this, if we're really forward thinking, and this is, everything we do is because of them, I would rather we do it before school starts than do it mid-year. And, you know, we don't know what's in front of us. We might have to. But right now, if we do it before school starts, I would rather do it now than, you know, because we weren't prepared and we have to do it in January. I would rather be prepared.
And what
for
would
the
that
children.
look like? What would that look like if we did it ahead of time?
Well, I would rather do it ahead of time, is what I'm trying to say. I don't want the kids to be hurt.
Well, I think you're talking about, what the layoffs would be,
The cuts
if I'm
and
not
stuff
mistaken,
would
right?
be
And
ahead of
Like,
time.
yeah.
what's the school year, yeah,
I do wanna share with the board, again, what we heard yesterday is not final, it hasn't been signed into
Right.
law, but we do have some information that there are actually substantial restrictions on any layoffs that any district
For the first
can do.
year.
So for the first year, it appears that they're going to restrict layoffs from all certificated positions and all classified positions that are tied to transportation, nutrition, or custodial. So that's major, because that isn't typical.
Right.
It's typical to have a 45-day layoff notice for classified and a March 15th layoff notice with a follow-up in May for certificated. In most years, when you get less than a 2% COLA, they also open up a layoff window for August 15th. So this, what appears to be this new budget is not giving us a COLA. It's taking away the normal window that they would open up, and it's adding another restriction. So I just wanna
Yeah.
share that with the board. Until it's final, it's not fine, and it's not, we can't book it, but that appears where it goes, and Lisa does have an explanation of what some of the reductions we've already built into the budget to answer your question, Jan, about doing things before, and that's, Lisa, if you wanna, the budget cuts.
Yeah, so, yeah, you see in here that those budget reductions in 2021.
Is this on page 10?
Yes.
Okay.
The other slide was just on the reserve, and you can see just that little short
Thank you,
history.
because I'm not good at Eureka
Just-
math.
Sure.
This is awesome. Thank
And for
you.
those- right. And for those who remember, these higher years, what that reserve was during that, remember when we were getting lots of one-time dollars, they were trying to close that LCFF gap a lot sooner than originally anticipated, so that's the higher slide there. Yeah.
Every year during those high years, we would get major one-time money in May or June. Last year, as an example, in the end of May, we got an extra $750,000 to pay back some of the overage on the preschool programs. Just one example, but in prior years, they were doing a May revise and saying, hey, you're gonna get an extra $291 per kid. So the reserve level those years was propped up by those one-time dollars. Well, now, of course, those are
Those are gone, and
Those
of
are
course,
off-
getting
off
in
the
at that
table.
time of the year, there's not a lot of time left to spend it, so the reserves were, carrying over. But yeah, so with the budget reductions that, yes, are in here, this 2021 budget are the classified substitute savings of 300,000, administrative furlough days, $270,000, classified layoffs and unfilled positions, 979,927, administrative and confidential position savings, 312,000, and certificated position savings, $900,000.
So when you say unfilled positions, so I know from just my understanding, that means any position that was still vacant and was, because you literally have to have it on the books and it still has to be allocated with funds. So basically, all of those open positions are now closed, right? So just for their, yeah, for clarity. Do we have any positions like that on the administrative side that are vacant that have needed to be closed?
At the end of my first 6 months, we did a pretty big reorganization, and I can't think of one that we didn't already eliminate.
Okay.
So the savings on the admin side have been those reductions of the actual positions.
Okay.
Well,
And the furloughs.
wouldn't your administrative
That one
assistant,
is more confidential, but
That's in the confidential savings.
So that's in there.
so that was one that position was eliminated.
and contributing to the 312. But I think Liz may have been asking, are there any vacancies right now on the admin side that we're not gonna fill? The one vacancy was the assistant principal at Rancho, but we feel, given the size of the school and the challenge of maintaining social distance at the middle school, we do intend to fill that vice principal position.
Oh, yeah, you have to.
Otherwise, we'll end up with a school that has one principal and one administrator for close to 800 kids, and that would be a real challenge.
So these budget reductions are already in.
And they've already been tested with 20, and the administrative furlough days are also 21, 22.
And the message we're giving the board is, even with these reductions, it's my recommendation that we continue at first interim, at second interim, consider further reductions, because unless this economy gets a huge kickstart, or unless the federal government comes in with a big
A lot of money.
program to help schools, we are going to see revenues continue to taper off and expenses, unless we make cuts, you're gonna start to hit a balance point where your expenses are again going over your revenues.
My question is, how creative can we as a school district get? If we were to, can we alter class size restrictions and do things like that? Because, I mean, this is horrible, but I still don't think it's enough. I mean, I'm just looking at this and going, and I must admit, I forget who asked the question, but I am confused, because we get down to, I think it's 979,000 in general fund reserves. I mean, that just, we can't let that happen. So that's my question for us today is, how creative can we think to make sure that that doesn't happen? In other words, cut more now.
Right. And then the answer is, Rob, is, and for the rest of the board, what we've done so far is equates to everything we could pull together without having a collective bargaining agreement. These are things that we have done on the administrative side to reduce. In another scenario, if we didn't have restrictions on layoffs, then we might bring the board a resolution saying lay off these positions. Unfortunately, it appears that our hands are tied with that they won't permit us to do a layoff for 2021. But there, as my understanding, there isn't a restriction on doing so for 21, 22. And what we're building into our budgeting is in 21, 22, we are going to build in additional reductions. Now, reductions come in a variety of ways. Layoffs is just one process used to arrive at budget reductions. There are others, but they are tied often to collective bargaining. So that's why it's so important for us to maintain continued communication with our bargaining units so that we can arrive at a decision that we all feel has everybody making a contribution to balancing the district's budget, while at the same time avoiding, if we can, layoffs to key positions. And I think what Liz mentioned just a little while ago was she remembers the days as a trustee and as a community member and as the relative of employees in our district where there was no music program and there was no library and there were no sports and there was nothing, I guess, no meat on the bone. We're all bone. And we don't think we have to get there. We feel that we know we've zeroed in on the kind of reductions that we need to make. We do have time, and our job as the director of fiscal and as the superintendent is to devote time in our collective bargaining, and to the extent possible when we have the restrictions taken off of us, to make the recommendation that keeps us fiscally solvent, which could be a layoff. Though my goal would be to avoid layoffs, again, going back to those budget priorities.
Question on, we've talked about this, but can you help me understand? We said that we agreed as a board that we could borrow from our money, for the new school. I forget the.
Fund 25.
Okay, that one, yes. But because the deferrals are gonna be so far out, it doesn't make sense to borrow from that money. So then, when we look at this, does that mean that we don't even touch that money, but it's available?
Well, what Rob pointed out was those are tied to timelines to pay back them. So
120 days.
there's a disincentive to do it if you're not gonna have the money.
Right.
We won't recommend that. But the board passed 2 resolutions. One was called the dry loan resolution. That one was to borrow money from the county treasurer.
Right.
Now, again, 3 weeks ago, we thought the deferrals were going to be April, May, June,
Right,
coming back to us August, September, October.
right.
Now that appears to have changed.
Now we're
It's
going
now
February, March,
February,
April,
November,
May, June.
March,
That's what he said
October.
today.
So now we might wanna go more towards the angle of the the dry loan period borrowing from the county treasury. And at the same time, I wanna point out one thing that the board brought to everyone's attention at our last school board meeting was, if you look at the way school funding happens, the apportionment's part of it, 2.5, 2.7 million a month is about what we get. But we also rely on 16 million a year in property taxes, which come in December and April.
Right.
Except that this year, we received our funding June, I wanna say 9th, what was the day that or June 10th actually.
Yeah, we were
So
talking.
we received
had that
in
meeting, we
April,
had received
the
it.
board brought it to our attention, Mr. Bernowski pointed it out. It looks like it's come in at the last minute, but that's additional months late.
Right.
So that's money we're saying, where is it, and as Lisa knows, we're on the phone calling and asking. So even the deferrals, if you look at next April and next May, we could be sitting on waiting for 8.8 million in property taxes. And not having received 2.5 million in February,
Yeah.
2.7 million in March, 2.5 million in April. So when you do the math on that, you're talking about $15 million
Yeah.
we're waiting with.
And it is.
No district is sitting, our size is sitting on $15 million in their cash flow. That's
Or
just,
even in the reserve, I mean,
even in the reserve.
I think
Even
we could have been.
even when we were at 12, even when we were at 12%,
Our
our
reserves.
reserve was 9 million, our
Right.
reserve was not even close to 15 million.
And like I said, even when it comes in June 9th, then yes, they will post-date it back to April, however, that doesn't help us in
It doesn't
April and
help us
May,
pay
when
our
we're looking
bills
at
and
our
our
cash,
employees,
right,
you
so
know,
you know when
They're not
that's
gonna
coming.
care, let me,
Absolutely.
I'll pay you in 3 months, you know? Send me your invoice, but I'll pay you in 3 months.
Right.
Are there, is there any way we can use, because we're still operating in our state of emergency at the state level, right? That like, we can go and revisit like our contracts with the power supply, the solar panel program and things like that. I mean,
That's, that's interesting, I haven't even thought about that. It's a little, we'd have to think about what that means with the state appearing to reopen, because that, we'd have to look at the language to see what level of emergency it is, maybe there's some we'd have to look at that, but that's definitely an interesting.
I'm just looking at the line, what is it, services, right? And it's,
What page is that on?
page
Oh.
8,
Page 8?
yeah. So we'll call it an average of, 6.2 million each year. And, that's legal fees and stuff like that.
So where you saw, where we talked about, where we are at currently with the deficit in this year, when the departments and the sites are now looking at next year, what we have asked them is to look at their contracts and, do they really think they're going to need all of those? Where can we cut those things, from, so that we're not just looking at, essentially trying to determine, because we have a lot of contracts, and that's a big part of it. It may not come out to be quite 2 million, but right now, because we have so many large contracts that are still encumbered, and we don't know yet all that will be spent, we are asking that, that is one of the things we're looking at, are the supplies and the contracts, the utilities that we can,
It would be interesting to see how much those are, including like the bus or transportation that we're not using. But then how much are we expected to spend due to, because you said COVID is gonna cost us.
We went painstakingly, I think Lisa and I found a whole new appreciation for each other. Yeah, I mean, it was 50 hours, she and I, over the last week and a half, working on the budget together. Because what we basically needed to do was we basically needed to go budget by budget and evaluate with each budget what comprised the actual expense and whether or not that was an area that we could experience some savings, which made us pull in our directors to say, hey, we're looking at budget 5,600, source 010, we need to talk to you about this contract, this is changing next year, you are not spending this amount. But that's more of the internal. I think what I like about the idea that Mr. Bernowski is putting forward is let's challenge some of those ones that we don't normally challenge. Because the ones that are internal, we pull in administrators and say, hey, we're not spending that amount. A good example is our site budgets. Your site principal budgets are going from $100 per child to $60 per child. So what does that mean? There's gonna be a lot of belt tightening, because that, as a district expense, that's a major savings for us. That's built into this budget. And at the same time, we know how to make those internal cuts, but what I like about what
Because
Mr.
that's in your
Bernowski's saying is, challenge some of those ones that you wouldn't normally try to pull in some
To
savings
see
on.
if there could be
See if there's
some
some
way that they could help adjust some of
leniency.
those
Never hurts
costs.
to ask.
Things where we're getting services like legal, not that I wanna pick on them, but I assume we spend a lot of money on legal. Let's just say, look, we need you to cut your fees 10%. You know, they can't say yes unless you ask, right?
Right,
That's a good ask.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Lisa.
By the way, I just have to ask, are you having fun yet?
Doesn't she look like it? She's smiling.
I know
Good
it's.
times, yes.
So-
Thank you.
So it's to the board to make a recommendation.
Yeah, so I'll entertain a motion to approve the budget.
What is this, 14
This is item 14D.
D?
The approval of the 2021
I move
budget,
to approve the 2020-21 budget.
second,
Is there any more discussion?
Well, I have to say this. You know, my philosophy has always been prepare for the worst, hope for the best, but prepare for the worst. And preparing for the worst here, I'm not sure you can prepare for the worst. It's that bad. I mean, don't get me wrong, you've done a great job, but even still, there's still some stuff that could happen that we could be in trouble here, still. But from what I see here, my main concern this year is the 2020-21 budget, because this is going to be a very important year.
I do have a discussion. Superintendent Ochoa, would this be the time to introduce the letters on the budget?
We could absolutely have that conversation at this time, yeah.
I did write some letters. And it's very short and sweet. Do you have copies?
If you have them, I can read them to the board from the dais,
Okay,
from the podium.
I just wrote one letter and then for all three, for Feinstein, Harris, and Panetta.
So what I would recommend to the board is that we entertain a motion on the budget itself and add an additional motion on this communication. So what it reads is, Dear Senator Feinstein, and again, Jan mentioned a similar letter to Representative Panetta and Senator Harris. The Ulster School District Board of Trustees would like to encourage you and your staff to pressure senators to get the HEROES Act passed. It is imperative that school districts across California receive financial help from the federal government. Our school district, which is in San Benito County, has 5,600 students. We have a budget of $52 million and will receive a $5.2 million cut this year in revenue from the state due to the COVID virus. The next 2 years look just as bleak. We have been warned of additional 10% cuts for the following 2 years. There is no way that we can provide a quality education to our students with these massive cuts. The board and our superintendent, Mr. Diego Ochoa, want to thank you in advance for every effort you can make in advancing the HEROES Act to passage in the Senate. And it's signed all of our members.
I think it's a fine letter as long as it's still factually correct.
We'll just-
Those are the right dollar bills.
You wanna
What we can
back?
do is we'll update it based on the budget projection, and then we'll have it ready for the board's signature, as soon as you all can make it in.
And it said Diego Ochoa, superintendent, and then your name president, my name clerk, and the rest of you. So that's how it was.
So, Steve, do you want to amend your, withdraw, who seconded it?
We can do it as two separate.
Two separate
Oh, okay.
ones, he said, so we can vote on my motion and second, I didn't hear who seconded.
Elizabeth.
Was the second, and
So-
then move to the other.
On the motion to approve the budget as presented, is there any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Never thought I'd vote for.
So,
Can I make a motion that we adopt the letters to,
Senator Feinstein, Senator Harris, and Representative Panetta.
What he said?
what he said?
I'll second what he said.
Okay.
okay, is there any discussion on that? Carla, did you hear the letter?
I was walking in, I think, ones that had already been read.
It's a brief letter, so let me read it for you. The Hollister School District Board of Trustees would like to encourage you and your staff to pressure senators to get the HEROES Act passed. It is imperative that school districts across California receive financial help from the federal government. Our school district, which is located in San Benito County, has 5,600 students. We have a budget of $52 million and will receive a $5.2 million cut this year in revenue from the state due to the COVID virus. The next 2 years look just as bleak. We've been warned of an additional 10% cut for the following 2 years. There is no way we can provide a quality education to our students with these massive cuts. The board and our superintendent, Mr. Diego Ochoa, thank you in advance for every effort you can make in advancing the HEROES Act to passage in the Senate.
Did you write that?
Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 5-0.
Alright. Item 14E is approval of resolution number 19-20 related to the safe, healthy, and district-specific reopening plan informed by the Stronger Together California Department of Education plan and the Centers for Disease Control guidelines. Tonight's resolution refers to a document that has been in draft form to the public since June 6th. It has been the subject of over 500 emails. It has been supported by a frequently asked question document spanning over 20 pages long. It has been the subject of 2 YouTube live parent town halls with 5,000 views, the first parent town hall, and yesterday's parent town hall, over 8,000 views in less than 1 day. It has been the subject of a Spanish live YouTube town hall with over 800 views in the last week, as well as 4 separate parent involvement meetings, in addition to 5 separate school reopening task force meetings, 5 school principals meetings, and 8 district management meetings. So to say that this plan has been reviewed by the public is an absolutely accurate statement. I am recommending that the board approve this resolution, which calls for the district to adopt a school reopening plan that establishes a hybrid return to school campuses on August 17th, 2020, specifically allowing students to attend school 2 days per week and participate in distance learning 3 days per week. The Hollister School District reopening plan will also establish the Hollister Rise Academy to provide a fully online learning program for all interested students in grades K through 8. At the same time, the school reopening plan affirms the possibility that students may resume attending 5 days per week if the public health scenario, schoolhouse procedures, and school social distancing implementation were to determine that doing so were possible. The other part of it is it allows us to revert to distance learning if the situation were to worsen. So I won't belabor the presentation itself. The board, as you know, saw this presentation that was very, very similar in format at a prior board meeting. The public is highly aware of what the contents of the plan are because the plan has been emailed to all families. The plan has been translated into Spanish, so all Spanish speaking households have a Spanish version of this plan. All families have received the updated version of this plan. And I open it up for any questions from the board about the process or the contents of the plan itself.
I don't have a question, I have a comment. I, right from the beginning, have been, of the reopening plans, the hybrid plan to me is the most flexible. We can go one way or another. We don't know what's gonna happen at the beginning of the school year. If it turns out somehow there's a vaccine or something goes to where the hybrid plan could easily go into 5 days a week. You're just there 5 days a week. You already have the RISE program. I think if we did the reverse, and I know a lot of the parents prefer, just send them back. Well, to me, it presents a lot of problems. First of all, you would not be able to socially distance 6 feet apart. You'd have to do it 5. The kids, if they came back like that, then you'd have to, you'd have 25 in a classroom in middle school worrying about this, the mask, instead of 14 in a class. Just getting the kids used to the concept of being at school in a different environment. You're not coming back the way you did before. It's not going to be happening. Eventually we could get back to that, but we have to start off slowly. And the best way is to have fewer kids. It'd be easier for the teacher to implement these procedures and reading through them, washing. I can't imagine being an elementary teacher keeping track of kids washing their hands 6 times a day. They don't have to worry about the mask, but the middle school teachers, I mean, there's a lot of issues. To me, it would be a lot easier for them to start out in the half class area. It would also give these kids, if we have to go to distance learning again, an opportunity to 2 days a week distance learn, or 3 days a week distance learn. So they'd be used to that. If we have to go to total distance learning again, at least they'd be used to that. If we went back totally without any distance learning, those kids would have to start from scratch again. So I'm a big believer, I'm not saying any of these plans are perfect, but to me, this is the most acceptable one and the most flexible one.
I have a couple of thoughts. First, I think this is such a difficult task at hand. I don't know about you guys, but I've had knots in my stomach. Like, honestly, I'm thinking, I hope the public knows that I think every single one of us take this so serious. And I think that safety, and especially, administration as well, safety has to be what drives us, right? And I think I received a lot of emails too about, people fearful, more of the fearful than those saying, go every day back to school. It was a lot more of like, are we sure? How are we doing this? And so I also was talking to someone, a teacher, and I didn't even think about this, and I want to put it out there for us to think about, even with our plan that we adopt. And I saw in the news that a district was doing this, is we haven't really thought about, or maybe you have, but developmental ages and stages of children. We're just saying, okay, all K through this is gonna go 2 days. But I think it was Aptos, it was on KSBW last night. They had different grades were doing different things as compared to the middle schoolers. So I don't know, something for us to think about is, because it's gonna be a transition. And I think too, it's important, just much like, how we do fire drills and earthquake drills, that I love the idea of the videos because it preps the kids, but also something about that, like, we had a little scare at my job. of a COVID person. And you don't know what you're gonna go through, you have the safety plan, you have the written policy, but then when everybody hits, everybody's in panic. And then we're like, what is the policy? Where is the policy?
Yeah.
So I thought that was a real learning lesson for us to really understand, what are we gonna do when a COVID positive person is on campus, who's impacted, who gets called, and the kids should know too. Guys, you might not stay 2 days a week if things, cause I don't know if your kids, today my daughter said this, my other daughter was like, oh, we should go do I don't know what, and then the older one's like, we can't do that, we're in COVID. And I'm like, what, that's a thing.
It is.
We're
It's a
in
thing.
COVID, right?
Yeah.
So those, a couple of things, child development, also, kind of safety planning, and I'm gonna say it again, the training for the parents with the online stuff. I can't say it enough, I'm someone who's educated and I had difficulty, and without disclosing too much, but I think there's also some safety precautions that we learned that I think we all as parents and teachers need to be aware of when we're using the devices, and how kids interact, and bullying, and there's all these things that I just feel like we need to think about. I know it's a lot, but those are the thoughts, and I just hope that the public understands that we're taking this so serious, and safety first.
Well, first and foremost, the thing that gets me the most is the hybrid. I understand it's important to get the kids so that we can train them, that they understand what they can and cannot do on campus. It's a new way of thinking, but in the back of my head, I'm thinking only 32 days of class. And as an educator, that can't happen. We cannot do this. We've got to get them back to class. And then a little thing calls, let's look up statistics. So I went to this website, it's called the COVID-19 California Gov website. And this was this morning, and as of this morning, San Benito County for the last 14 days has had 59 new cases, a positivity rate of 6.1% per 1,000. That's a good thing. But most of our parents work in Santa Clara County. Santa Clara County, the last 14 days, has had 561 cases and 10 deaths. And their positivity rate is 1.2. So we in San Benito County, we're doing pretty good. But where our people are working, it's not so much. And we are responsible for 5,600 children and 500 employees? How many employees? 500?
Closer to 600.
Closer to 600 employees. So, cause I really struggle with that 32 days. And I liked what Steve said at our last school board meeting, when he said, let's try for, maybe a month. I don't think I could go, unless something happens, with the pandemic. I think we need to get these kids back to school 5 days a week.
That's why I like this plan, because it's flexible.
It's
You can do it
flexible.
as it's set up to me better.
Right,
And as I said, none of these plans are perfect. There's flaws in all of them.
but I
That's
don't wanna
what got
see
me
this
too.
long term.
When I thought about that though, that's why I talked about earlier about if there's gonna be 3 days of distant learning under this hybrid plan, I wanna make sure that the
That's
kids take
accountable.
account for those 3 days. Those are important 3 days.
Yeah,
Those aren't just go home and have fun days. That has to be part of the
Right,
As
right.
long as we have to do this, then we gotta have a lot of buy-in there, and that's why I like what Mr. Ochoa has done. contacting the parents and at least we're aware. We made sure that everybody had an equal opportunity for the distance learning. I don't know how it's gonna be, we did a good job of that. So let's make sure we take advantage of it. If we have to do this, let's do the best job we can of those 3 days.
I agree with Jan, about, it's flexible, we could change it. And if we learned anything, is we can call an emergency meeting, right?
Yeah.
And then be like, wait,
Yeah, it's not like
let's
it's
do
that
this,
hard to
right?
change.
Well, I think that we're gonna really count on Superintendent Ochoa to have his ears to the ground and, get feedback from our parents and from our teachers. Because if it's not working, and we need to know right away. Because if the kids are not doing what they're supposed to be doing on those 3 days, then we're
Then
gonna
it's
need.
doubly, it's horrible.
Yeah,
Then you're 32
I
hours,
don't wanna talk about.
That's what we're talking
yeah,
about.
it-
That's what we're talking
It takes more time,
and
yeah,
that's what bothered me the most about.
right.
I wanna share a couple of data points with the board. We surveyed our classified staff, over 100 responses. The questions were, I support a hybrid return to schools. 70% supported a hybrid return to schools. The second question, I support a full return with all interested students. 70%. So what that tells me is 30% of our employees for classified, which when you think about close to 300, you're talking about a pretty substantial
Sure.
number of people. Don't think we should be returning at all,
I know,
whether it's hybrid or whether it's full.
yeah,
We can't bury our heads in the sand about
I know.
that. So that's why the hybrid is a first step in the right direction. Because what it does is it brings down the anxiety about social distancing and about the use of face coverings and about the hand washing and the cleanliness.
Yeah.
It also gives our custodial staff the ability to work through their routines with these
Sure.
kids without bombarding them with 1,000 people using
Oh,
the
yeah.
toilet and eating and
I
cleaning.
agree.
The other piece is, we surveyed our teachers. 70% support for hybrid, 58% support for a full return with all interested students. So that's a difference, but it's not a humongous difference. So I think a pretty strong number of our teachers have the same concern about learning loss. About 32 days of school between March 13th, 2020 and January 1st,
You mean from
2021.
August 17th.
I mean from March.
Oh,
We closed school in March.
Yeah.
Children in this scenario
I
will
see what
have
you're saying,
32 days of school
that's.
in 9 months.
That's crazy.
But at the same time, I think it's easy as educators to think about the examples of children who tell us, I didn't do any work and I graduated, I skated by. That, as an educator, that always sticks in my craw. It always-
Me too,
it's always
that
a-
bothers me.
Yeah, it bothers me.
Bothers me too.
But no, wait, hold on. Don't forget my students who spent 3 months in the fields waiting
Yeah.
for their parents to leave work.
Yeah.
And my hundreds of children who did not have Wi-Fi access. And my child who sat there for 3 months
Listening.
listening to
Horrible.
his
And not be able-
teacher teach and never having the opportunity to participate because those children are there too.
Yeah.
So what we did the first 3 months, we made it happen, folks. 565,000 meals, 2,900 devices, packets, pickups, shelter in place in the whole district. Basically 30 people physically on campus,
Yeah.
65 and above go home
Yeah.
a lot, folks, a lot of things. Now, going into next year, what this plan does is it says, if the situation improves, full return. If the situation worsens, we can go back to a
Distance learning.
distance learning. Starting off with smaller numbers to work through those routines. And then as Carla pointed out, this board reserves the right at any time to call a meeting. You have this in place, the resolution specifies the ability to increase and go back into full return. I didn't include the return back to distance learning in the resolution because we would wanna do that through a separate resolution to again give the emergency authorities.
Makes sense.
So that would be a little bit of a different resolution.
So going back to like what Carla was saying, so as you're, to bring down a little bit of the anxiety, I know for some people that haven't been on campus since we closed, what does that look like? As a classified employee, what would that look like for me? What would be the expectation now? And is there a manual I can reference? Is there something that I know I can go through and say, okay, this is kind of what the game plan will be? Because not everybody really checks in on, it's just like anything, until you're there at your first day of work
Sure, you don't
or
know
back
what's
at the
like.
orientation, it's just
Right.
like, okay, this is what we're gonna be doing, this is the expectation. Because I know a lot of it is gonna be worked through negotiations, but the outcome should be something that, employees have and can understand and process before they're actually physically back at work. Because that to me would definitely bring my anxiety down, because at least I know all the measures were taken to ensure my safety and my ability to perform my duty, with the children that I have to be around in the best way to keep them safe, to keep each other safe. And so that I think would be really, really beneficial for our employees to have. So that you just, it's just good to have, because if there was an outbreak, well, what do I do? Who do I talk to? Who do I, you already know kind of, okay, step one, step two, whatever. But, and it's all been kind of worked out for them, it's already been, this is the system we're gonna have in place, and that's because you've already taken the time to work through all those, negotiate what expectations will be. But if worst case scenario, this is kind of what to do. This is your safety guide or whatever it is, COVID safety guide, for however long we'll be in this mode of, of working until we're fully back to, full students,
Two things. One is training.
But
Before
will we have that time?
before anyone steps foot back on campus. And then the second is that same process of getting our employees to call into these meetings, to review the documents, to be able to ask questions before they're expected to go to work on their first day. Our plan involves having those trainings available for our staff. I also wanna commend CSEA and their bargaining unit sending a very, very thorough request for information to me that has the answers to, I can't think of a question that wasn't asked in that document. We're basically on page 12 right now of going through each piece. So we still need another couple of weeks to really firm up our response. But when that's completed, that will be mailed to the home of every CSEA employee, so it's not dependent on checking my text or reading or going on YouTube, but it's getting into the home of every employee, and then it's setting that time aside to train them.
That's huge. I know, as a classified employee, I would definitely appreciate having that type of commitment from the district, because that's how I know your commitment to me and your value to me, because that's how you know that, as everything that we all do, we're passionate about, but we're definitely here for kids, and we want to be able to do it with the best information we have readily in our hands. And to me, I want to know what my expectation will be so that I can do and give the district 100% of my commitment.
The intrigue is going to, I want to.
I know. Who do the teachers do?
I know.
You have something to share with everybody?
So, remember, we have one more bite at the apple to discuss this, so let me call for the vote right now. If somebody wants to make a motion to approve, the resolution.
I make a motion to approve resolution number 39:19-20.
Alright, is there a second?
I'll second.
Is there any further discussion, or any discussion? I just wanna say, these are very trying times. I still, it's just an incredible time of public education. And I was at church on Sunday and was talking to one of our older members. He's 101 years old. And I asked him, because everything you've seen in 100 years, have you ever seen anything like this? And he just said, no, never. I mean, he's been through World War II, he's been through the Korean War, Vietnam War, he's been through all the riots, the protests, and all that other stuff. And he doesn't know what to make of it, and he's a pretty sharp individual. So, but I do like this resolution a lot because it's what the board is supposed to do. Our CEO, superintendent, and his staff have put together a plan. They've vetted it very carefully and shared it with us all along the way. And now Superintendent Diego is asking us as the folks at the top of the food chain to bless what he has put together here with his wonderful staff. So I'm very supportive of this resolution.
I am too.
Any further discussion? Call for the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 5-0. All right, so
Item
14F.
This is not very subtle, as you can tell. Item 14F is an amendment number 1 to the employment contract between Diego R. Ochoa, Superintendent, and the Governing Board of the Hollister School District. This is a amendment in which I am requesting to volunteer to take 5 unpaid furlough days in both the 2020-2021 and 2021-2022 school years. And I agree that my annual salary shall be reduced accordingly in each school year. Other than that, all other terms of the agreement remain in full force and effect, and it is not to take effect unless and until approved by the board in open session at a regular public meeting.
Okay. Let's do this right. So can I have a motion to approve the amendment number 1?
I move to approve 14F. Do I need to read it? Approval of contract amendment between the Superintendent Diego Ochoa and the Hollister School District.
Second.
Okay. So Diego, do we have to read out loud exactly the term?
You do. Under the recommended motion, I would request that Board Member Kane actually read that paragraph.
This one right here?
Yeah,
Okay.
under recommended motion.
Pursuant to Government Code Section 54-953, Subdivision C3, the board provides this oral summary of the salary and/or fringe benefits for the executive position of superintendent. By executing amendment number 1 to his employment contract, Mr. Diego Ochoa has volunteered to take 5 unpaid furlough days in both the 2020 and 2021 and 2021-22 school years, and agrees that his salary shall be reduced accordingly in each school year. All other terms of employment contract remain in full force and effect.
Any discussion?
Did we get a second?
Yeah, you need a second.
Second.
Okay. Thank you. Any discussion?
I would like to commend Superintendent Ochoa for this leadership role. I look at this as leadership. You're going to
Leading
be
from the top.
leading from the top. You're asking other people to do this in the future. This is the way to get it done. And that's speaking as an lead negotiator. This is the
Well,
way.
it's unprecedented
It's
in this
unprecedented.
district.
I
The
don't-
superintendent to
Never.
have ever taken any furlough days in this district.
They
And that
didn't
would
even
have-
do that back in the day?
No,
Now, we have to go back to
Oh.
1985 at least, because that's where I started, and I know this has never happened before.
I can say from 1990, so, yeah.
The other thing to remember is that at our May meeting, the board approved my contract for a term of 4 years, taking me through 2024. So I think the big message I'm trying to send our administration and our employees in the district is that I'm very committed to this district and I'm very committed to the work that we have going on. And we're about to approach some very difficult times where we're gonna take on a lot of expenses we didn't think we would have. And where it appears that the economic situation in the state and in our nation is not a good situation, which could result in us having less funding. And several weeks ago, this board approved my recommendation for layoff notices to 20 FTEs. And I feel that ethically, taking a furlough myself demonstrates that I see the big picture. When the district is making reductions, that has to involve me, and I should be the one leading those reductions. And so that's ultimately why I'm making this recommendation.
This is the way to do it, too.
Well, the fact that you didn't take a raise and now you're taking
You didn't take a
furloughs,
raise either.
you know, this means a lot. For me as a board member, again, it's unprecedented. No superintendent that I've ever witnessed in the time that, you know, the individual that has worked for this district has worked here for 30+ years. I haven't seen it happen. So, if that doesn't mean true commitment and making, you know, just the extra step to ensure solvency in this district for everyone, it's hurting everybody, and you're being a part of that, you know. And it means a lot. It means a lot because it resonates for everyone in this organization that you're willing to sacrifice along with everybody else.
Team player.
And I won't also relinquish my role as a parent because I'm the chief executive of the district and the superintendent. I'm also a parent. And I also have a child going to school here and another child in a year who will be going to school here. And I want my children to have services for them.
Okay, well, I'm very appreciative of you taking that step. When Diego initially had mentioned it to me, I was like, well, aren't you working even harder than you were, before?
Yes. Not that I was taking it easy before.
Yeah.
50 hours on this
working
budget alone.
Everyone's working hard.
There you go.
That's why the week's work.
Even though you're younger than me, the wisdom of the decision is remarkable, and for that I personally thank you. Any further discussion? We'll call for the vote. All in favor say aye. Opposed? 5-0. All right, Carla Torres de Luna, any board report? Negative.
You went to graduation?
Oh my gosh, just so much is going
I'm
on.
gonna talk about it.
Yeah. I'll piggyback you guys.
Okay.
Trustee Martinez, nothing.
Well, I went to all three of them, and I have to tell you, I was really concerned about graduation. And how the kids would feel about that, and parents feel about that, but I'll tell you, I was so pleased with what I saw. In some ways, I thought it was better than anything we'd ever done before. Depending on how you wanna look at it, I know for a fact, no other graduation were the parents part of the graduation. You can't, there's nothing that substitutes. In fact, I wish I had a picture. I think it was Rancho, no, it was the HDLA about the dog. They literally brought their dog and they took a picture of Silver
Rancho.
dog.
It was Rancho.
Okay, Rancho. And their dog, a couple dogs are in the
Yes.
graduation.
There was a bunch of
It
dogs.
was fantastic.
That was incredible, because you could tell these children had very tight bonds with their
Yeah.
pets.
Yeah.
To see
It was
them,
cool.
the smile on their face.
Be
was
able to bring them
just
to graduate, you could tell. It
You
was-
went to all 4.
I went to 4.
You said 3, you went to all 4.
I went to all 4, that is right, I did. And I was impressed. I mean, I could not believe how much more their families were involved in the graduation instead of the stiff getting the diploma, nobody can applaud till the end or anything like that. You're in your car honking the horn. I loved it. There was one guy, parent, that had a Jeep, and he literally created a throne.
Oh,
And his daughter-
Yes.
It was
And the RV,
fantastic.
and the RV, yeah.
I mean, it was,
Yes.
There were several 15-passenger vans.
Yes.
for our family.
Yes.
Yeah,
and then, one thing we found out is that you don't have to limit it to one car. You could have another car with other family members, and it doesn't take any extra time, they just drive through, but they could be part of it too.
Well,
So,
in
couple people
retrospect,
did
if I could jump on your,
Yeah,
yes, everything you said, awesome. And, with the 2-car thing, I heard several people say that, the people that are not together, the divorced parents.
Oh,
There were
yeah.
some divorced parents in the same car, cause they
Yeah.
were like, ooh,
yeah.
But that would alleviate that.
Well, some people, some schools just did it automatically,
Right.
so, and it really, if you think, oh, it's gonna take, no, it doesn't take
It
any more
doesn't.
time at all.
Yeah.
It doesn't, the way it's set up, it takes the same amount of time. So that would be something, if we have to do it again next year, or whatever. Actually,
This may be
Whether-
the thing.
I was gonna say, whether you have to or not, it's
It was
not a
really
bad
cool.
idea.
And it was, being a parent in the car was really cool
Yeah.
too, because yes, you're with your
You have-
graduates.
Yes, and all the siblings and
Yeah.
everybody else gets to really.
I think that, having done a lot of the graduations and, there's air horns and all this, a kid's name is not being heard, and you feel very badly for that, that parent who can't hear their
Yeah,
child's
yeah.
name. I thought this was exceptional, and it gave a spotlight just for that child. All the accomplishments of that child was heard by their family. And the idea of doing 2 cars for each child, I think is great. Then the whole family, and you know what the best part is it's on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
So family from
Yes.
all over can
Yes.
see it. There's nobody running up, taking a picture when they're not supposed to.
They don't have to.
No.
There's none of this
Yeah.
stuff. I thought it was just
And I thought what
fantastic.
Monique did, the principal of
Yeah,
HDLA,
yeah,
she had them write ahead of time.
Yeah.
Their most memorable experience at HDLA.
They didn't know that was gonna be read out loud, by the way.
Oh, they didn't?
No.
It was fantastic,
My
so
daughter was
that
like,
as they
"Oh,
were walking
no."
up, she's reading their most memorable event as they're getting their diploma. It was beautiful, it really was, I was so impressed
And
with
to
it.
bandwagon again, I think the other piece was, I only went to, obviously, the HDLA in Rancho, but, I was there
you
all
were
day.
there for Maze, or did
Oh, I
you-
went for a little bit for Maze, I got a little
Yeah,
bit of Maze, but, I think every school had their flavor, everyone was
Right.
given their opportunity to give their flavor,
Mhm.
and the staff, everybody was so into it, like trying to do.
Yeah.
And like as a parent, when we drove out, I gotta tell you, like, we were like wanting to cry. When
Yeah.
all the teachers were like, yeah.
The custodial staff was at
Oh.
each one of them.
Oh my God, yes.
It was incredible, they were some of the
Yeah,
first
yeah.
people, I mean, it was fantastic, I mean, and I've done graduations before, I think it's better than anything we've ever done.
I just really think it was a great,
Yeah, I do too, I just wanna make sure everybody knew that.
HDLA had 60 students promoting. the HDLA YouTube video has 1,400 views.
Wow.
1,400, yeah.
1,400 views.
That's incredible. I think
Okay.
it's really, I just think
It's the reach.
It's the read.
And next year, I want to give, maybe this will cause too much trouble, but get an award for the best decorated car.
Oh,
So anyway, that's all I need, that's my report.
That's mine too.
Sadly, I was not able to go to any of them, but I've heard nothing but absolute wonderful things. People are doing whatever they can to make the best out of the situation, and I hope we're not in the same situation next year, but you just
We don't
never
know,
know.
yeah.
So I know it's a very highly efficient way to do it though, so.
Oh, it was.
It was a lot of
I
fun.
was so
It looked
impressed.
fun.
But,
Yeah.
you know, I, through my work and otherwise, look, I'm just trying to figure out what the world of public education is doing, because whatever we plan for, I think is going to change, and there's so many uncertain things, so, and I think that's the way a lot of the world feels too, so let's just cross our fingers. So Carla, future agenda items.
Well, I still would like to know about the after-school programs. And then, another learning lesson that, as you know, I have a lot of family in the district, so I got a call that one of my nieces had honor roll, but there was no honor roll certificates, so,
Oh, the actual, slip, yeah.
or some kind of recognition, so.
Mm.
And I tried to explain, it's COVID and, but I think it would be good for us to think about like, just like we did for all the different awards,
Mhm.
to at least, email or some kind of mail out some kind of certificates to kids or the students that they do well, and I don't know if there was perfect attendance, that was kind of,
So
least
the
first
agenda
is-
item would be,
that we look at,
restoring student recognition for the
thank
current school
you,
year.
yes, thank you.
Yeah,
Anything else?
That's it for now.
I think you got one.
I don't have anything.
I would love to, as I stated earlier, I would love to have a presentation to exactly on any type of distant learning, whether it's the 3 days of the hybrid or the RISE Academy or whatever it's called. I would like a presentation on accountability, how the students are going to be held to the tasks that they're expected of them. I would like all that presented to me so I could understand it, because I don't really know how it's done now, and I would like that.
Hollister Prep, what's going on?
Oh, yeah.
What's happening there?
Okay.
I will have a presentation for the board,
Okay.
at our next meeting.
And I'm also concerned about, what's gonna happen at the middle schools when the teachers are moving. Who's gonna be watching the kids if they're in the classroom? So how is that gonna be handled?
Not just the middle schools, right? Isn't it all, most?
What Jan is referring to as the middle school, mostly 7th and 8th, but also to a lesser extent 6th grade, how we'll monitor kids, or how the kids will have an adult with them when teacher A is moving to teacher B's class and teacher B is moving to teacher C class.
But that would also be at HDLA?
To a lesser extent, it will
It
happen,
could be, yeah.
but those teachers might be able to do a little bit more of because it's big pair, so
Okay.
it's a little bit different.
Yeah, so I'd like to see how that's gonna be organized. I also want to know how the startup time is gonna be, so, we have to take temperatures, they have to wash their hands. So how are we gonna do we can't have everybody start at 8 o'clock. So how is that gonna be? Are you gonna start by grade level? Are you gonna,
So would the agenda item be,
I don't know,
A description.
start and
well, a
exit times?
description of a day at school for a student, like what they can expect coming in, and would that be the base of it? Because that's what I'm curious about, is.
Okay, start and end times, right?
Say it again.
Start and end times, how are we gonna stagger them? How's that gonna look? And how in the middle schools are we going to deal with, the teachers moving and the kids staying there,
Okay.
right?
Yep.
And then, if the kids are eating lunch, in the room,
Who's gonna be with
who's
us?
watching the kids? And,
Unless it's your.
Hollister Prep, I'd like to know
But we
what's
don't have
going
enough
on.
yard to be, I mean,
It's
you
gonna
know.
be interesting, figure it out though.
So, if this is a possibility, because I know she's still new, but, I'd be interested to know from, if Lisa Wiggins is the right person to ask the question of or to have a presentation. But, making sure that, we are on top of all of our revenue items correctly. Again, you know, as we know, like the developer fee thing, we had to put in our own program and Gabe was in charge of that. Is it as robust or is it working that we know that with some assurance as a board that we're getting all of our developer fee income and any other sources of revenue, just to tighten things
Make
up.
sure that we're getting it.
Because I'd like that cash flow analysis, I'd like to see it monthly almost, but, you know, are we on top of what our cash balances are? And, because that's how we caught certain things, is you're looking at it, you're going, something's not right here, and that's what caused then the CBO or whatever Gabe started was to.
We can do a presentation on revenues.
Okay.
I was curious, you know, on our contracts with special ed, like speech, especially the speech, we have a lot of independent contractors for speech. Now that we're gonna be going, you know, the hybrid, at least for a little bit, how does that affect those contracts? And do we need, yeah, I'm just looking at their contracts and our time and when the kids are gonna be there. I'm looking at that, and we should probably take a look at that and see if we, maybe we don't need them the whole time, or can they be done, when the kids are at home and do, virtual learning with the speech and the OT?
And we can definitely have a presentation.
Well, I don't know about presentation, but I'm thinking maybe we don't need as many contracts.
In order to discuss it, we would have to reopen item 14. We can, because it's on our agenda tonight, so we could go back.
I don't know, I'm just assessing.
Well, you prepared for it?
I'm prepared for it, yeah. So if we go back to item 14,
What, we're gonna do it now? Oh,
so item 14E,
I'm sorry.
here, no, it's okay,
Okay,
we're knee deep into all of this. What Jan is bringing forward is the idea of children who are currently receiving speech services from a contractor. The source of that is often that we don't have our own staff with the appropriate numbers to be able to serve those children, so we bring in contractors. But if we're now set aside as half the kids at school, half the kids at home, is there a way to do it where the services happen when the kids are at home, virtually, or distance learning? Here's the issue. We have been advocating as educators for changes to how we calculate service minutes, because if a child is not there, it is difficult to give a service when a child is not there. So you would think, okay, instead of 200 minutes a month, maybe we can have some kind of allowance to bring it to 150 or 100. What they are now saying is that every minute in the IEP has to be accounted for. And our responsibility will be to continue to provide service minutes according to the IEPs. Now, we have the right to request IEP meetings with parents to modify service minutes, and one of the things that we're considering now is bringing to a special board meeting of this group the idea of having some increased time for children with special needs at school. So even though the board approved a plan tonight that applies to the whole district of hybrid, we plan to bring a proposal to the board at our next special meeting that would allow children with special needs in the SDC and RSP program to spend either 4 days at school or 3 days at school as opposed to the 2 days at school. The reason to do that is to address the very thing that Jan mentioned. So, in a regular school year, we give a child, on average in elementary school, who's in RSP, between 45 and 60 minutes a day, 5 days a week. So they're with their gen ed teacher for 6 hours, and they're with their special education class 45 minutes to an hour. Well, but now we're taking away 3 days of school.
Right.
So something that some districts will do is they'll try to increase the RSP time for the days that the child is in school. So instead of getting 2 days of 7 hours with their teacher, they'll get 2 days of 4.5 hours and then 2.5 hours with their special ed teacher on that page. Our concern is now they're missing the general ed instruction. So what we're planning is the potential of bringing those RSP students back for a 3rd day where they report with their RSP teacher and they get all those hours in class with that teacher where they're, so like let's say they're on a Monday, Tuesday rotation, then that group of kids would come on Wednesday and be with their RSP teacher.
Or Thursday.
I'm
It's
sorry,
cleaning day, right?
on Thursday, yeah, I'm sorry. On Thursday, or it's 9/27. On Thursday or Friday. So that means they're getting the 2 days in gen ed, they're not losing any of those minutes. And then on one of the days when they're distance learning, they're actually coming to school and getting directed support according to their IEP. And it will actually increase services and growth, we believe, for kids during that time. On the SDC side, we are looking at a plan that would essentially allow those students to report to school for all 4 days of the week, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. And at a time that would be earlier than the rest of the school. So like, let's say we went forward with this hybrid plan, and after 60 days we said, hey, it's, you know, the situation's better, there's a vaccine, there's hope, numbers are down, let's reopen fully. On the special ed side, we might do that after 2 weeks or 4 weeks. Once we teach some routines and get everybody nice and calm about what it's gonna be like to have kids on campus. By doing that, it essentially allows the service minutes to happen without interrupting gen ed.
Right.
And then on the SLP side, the speech and language pathologist, there's a strong argument to have our speech language pathologist give all of their minutes via distance learning, so that they're not pulling kids out of gen ed
Right.
and they're not pulling them out of special ed. Because that would be another, so
There's violation.
we're promising to
We
give
wanna
both.
stay away from lawsuits. We
Violation.
don't have the money.
Well, I have to tell you that.
So all those wheels are in motion, all
I have
those-
to tell you that, Charlie's, speech NO2 was very, very successful.
Good.
During virtual learning, very, very successful.
You're gonna have some real good master schedulers at each school.
Yeah.
You know, the more you talk about them, they're wonderful, don't get me wrong. But somebody has to figure out a schedule, a master
These
schedule for
teachers were
each one of
great.
these schools. Good luck.
Who do you think's gonna end up to?
Well, I'm telling you, it's no easy task.
We have some really talented people, our counselors are wonderful, our principals are wonderful. We started working on the master schedule back in May, so we were pretty far down the road with how that would work out. And of course, I don't wanna belabor the point, but we have to sit down with our bargaining groups and work out the effects, cause this impacts their work, so it means it's negotiable, so
Well,
we
now
just
that
need
we,
that time.
now that we've approved this hybrid plan,
Yep.
it seems like you can tell them, now, this is what we're negotiating, this is what we're gonna have.
That's right.
So hopefully it'll make it a little easier, I don't know.
Right, we just, it's time, you know, when you're bargaining it just takes time.
Okay.
Okay.
Do are we,
Any other future agenda items? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn the meeting at 9:30.
So moved?
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 5-0.
What do we have to sign?
Let me just turn off this.
Do you have those?
I'm gonna have it.
Okay.
I'll send it later.
Well, I'm trying not to.